Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was son of legendary Haphasetus? Son of Forger. Movie 1. He won. He would have been dancing with joy had it not been for the large hole on the side of his chest. Naruto Uzumaki's mission was simple enough. Find Sasuke, kick his then drag him back to the village. He held back, seeing as the Uchiha, traitor or not, was ordered not to be killed or lethally harmed. That was a horrible decision, one that he was regretting now. Naruto was a 13-year-old boy with a lean build, lightly tanned skin, azure blue eyes and sun-kissed hair that had a couple of red and brown streaks here and there. He was wearing black Anbu-style armor with black and orange camo pants. But the most striking features about him were the 3 whisker-like birthmarks on each cheek. Naruto Uzumaki was a Jinchuriki, a human sacrifice in a sense, doomed to house the 9-tailed demon Kyuubi in his navel. But more importantly, he was doomed to live a life of prejudice and hatred in his own village. Because of the aforementioned demon's attack on his birthday and the consequent sealing of said demon into him, the peaceful citizens of Konohagakure no Sado turned their hatred onto him. A little kid, very mature, anyway, Naruto had a pretty hard life, kicked out of the orphanage at the ripe age of 4, beaten on his birthday before his protectors came to his aid, couldn't buy anything but overpriced and faulty or rotten items and had his education stunted. Oh joy. But if anything, the blonde was resourceful and cunning, running off to a place called the Forest of Death and building a house in it. He tried to live off anything he could hunt, fish or pick, or in case he was in need of any vital items, stole from some of the jerks that mistreated him. That was also where he met his surrogate mother, Anko Mitarashi, or as she put it, the great sexy and single Anko-sama. At first, things were a bit on edge with Naruto's trust issue, not to mention Anko's dislike of cheeky brats, but then things got better and the snake mistress took on her first apprentice, even if poor Naruto sometimes regretted that decision due to how tortuous her training had been. 2 years later, the Hokage found him and gave him a home at a small apartment. Plagued by paranoia, Naruto started building some traps, harmful and even lethal, to protect himself from any possible attack by the villagers, which were pretty numerous. Despite Naruto's bitterness towards most of the villagers, he managed to befriend some of the younger generation despite their parents' disapproval. His first friend was Hinata, followed by Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Tenten, Lee, and more. He also met Anko's friend, Kurenai. The only people he never got along with were Sasuke and Sakura, who he nicknamed Duckhead and Banshee. He also became friends with people outside the village like Zabuza, Haku, Koyuki, Gaara, and many more. He went on tough missions and battles, but managed to make a new friend on most of them. Naruto sighed and groaned in pain. He was supposed to get Sasuke back to the village with no lethal injuries by the order of Tsunade. She wanted to class the Uchiha as a missing nin, but the council wouldn't let her, stubborn idiots. He completed the mission. Sasuke was lying unconscious at his side while our blonde hero bled from his injuries. Naruto's eyes were slowly closing, accepting the embrace of unconsciousness. Despite the fact that he could die from blood loss, he was nothing but smiles. He was a Jinchuriki, a human sacrifice. Death couldn't be worse than the pain he endured throughout his young life. He lived a life without regrets, and that's what makes it well lived. The last thing he saw was a bright light before his world turned black. Hephaestus POV in Minato's form. Hephaestus looked at his son with sad eyes. It's been 13 years since he had last seen Naruto. When he got stabbed by the 9 tails, he lost most of his strength and had to get it back slowly so he could see his son. When he got a third of his strength back in the 4th year, he opened the mist to see how his son was doing. When he saw what happened, he had different emotions. One of them was anger at the village. Another is pride for his son and his strength, and the last one is regret for leaving him with his fate. When he got back to 100%, he opened the portal immediately and went to get his son. He waited 13 years to see his son, and he'd sooner fade than putting this off any longer. Now, here he was standing above the body of his injured son, one of the best and surely the most determined lads he ever had, with tears threatening to fall from his eyes. I'm sorry, Naruto. Hephaestus thought I should have never sealed that thing into you. I'll make up for the mistakes I made and help you become a strong demigod. He suddenly sensed another presence and he turned to see Kakashi stare at him with wide eyes. SSSSS sensei. Kakashi stuttered out, his eyes widened in disbelief. Hephaestus turned to him and gave him a strong glare. Hello Hitaki. Glad to see you're here too. You can pick up the Uchiha, Hephaestus said coldly, and just so you know, I saw everything you and the villagers did. Kakashi paled at that. I saw how the villagers tried to hurt him, physically and emotionally, how they tried to stunt his growth, and I saw how the 3 people I trusted abandoned him for very pathetic reasons. You are like the villagers. You abandon someone you're supposed to keep watch on and dismiss your motto. Those who abandon the mission are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. It seems as though you think it doesn't apply to you. You're a hypocrite and a failure in my eyes, my foolish student. He then formed a fire portal and turned away from him. Every village will know about this, about how the village treated Naruto. I hope you're proud of yourself. He then left, leaving a grief-stricken ninja behind. Kakashi fell on his knees, lost and devastated by this. He had let his hatred blind him, not to the point of hurting his sensei's son, but to the point of ignoring his pleas for help and acknowledgement, seeing him as the cause of his sensei's disappearance. What have I done? He questioned himself. Hephaestus' workshop. Hephaestus sat Naruto down against the wall. He grabbed some nectar and ambrosia and fed it to his son so his healing would increase. Immediately, the hole started healing up and it looked like it'll heal in minutes. Hephaestus nodded. Okay, now I can work on my projects. Just before he could do anything, there was a flash behind him and he looked to see Athena glaring at him with her patented glare. Hephaestus, tell me, why did 4 volcanoes erupt in Asia just now? Athena asked with narrowed eyes. Hephaestus sighed. This would take a lot of explaining to do. 15 minutes later. Athena thought for a minute at what Hephaestus told her. She should tell father about this, but Hephaestus told her to keep it a secret for a while. Understandable, considering father might kill Naruto. Also, she was intrigued with this boy. He was really intelligent from what she heard, not in book smarts but more in her domain, battle strategy and tactics. He was also resourceful and cunning, one of the many things she values. Maybe. Hephaestus. The forge god looked at her, waiting for her to continue. I have a suggestion. You need help to protect the child when Zeus finds out. You cannot take him alone. How about I take him as my champion? Hephaestus looked intrigued at the prospect. He would need help and Athena is one of smartest and most responsible Olympians. Hephaestus nodded. Okay. You can make him your champion. Just make sure you protect him. Athena nodded and flashing out, leaving the forger to do his work. Hours later, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, still a bit drowsy and sore. After they adjusted to the light, he looked around to see where he was. When he saw the place, his eyes popped wide open. He saw weapons of every kind, from past to present, some he doesn't even recognize. Bows, swords, kunais, he even saw some seals, much to his excitement. Seals were his favorite weapons to use. Like them? Naruto turned to see a burly man at his side, sitting down on a large chair. The man was burly, big enough to crush him. His face looked to have lots of boils and he had a scruffy beard on him. He was wearing a jumpsuit with lots of grease on it and if you looked closely, you could see a small smile on his face. Naruto's eyes shined with excitement. Like them? I love them. Especially the seals. Oh, I would like to test out every single weapon and I would love to use that workshop to build a weapon of my own. He kept talking in an excited voice, until he remembered something. Then he turned to the man, his eyes narrowed. Who are you and where are we? Hephaestus smiled. We're at my workshop. Here, I build any weapon for my siblings, father, mother, uncles, and aunts. He got up from his seat and stretched his back. As for who I am, tell me, do you believe in gods? Naruto thought the question was a bit strange. Naruto looked thoughtful for a minute, then came up with an answer. Well, I can't say I do or don't. I've never seen one before and there are endless possibilities. I guess I'll believe it when I see it. Hephaestus held out his hand and created fire right in front of his eyes. Naruto's eyes widened, then widened even more. The man just formed fire without any hand seals. And just now, he could sense the power of this man and he was stronger than the 9 tails. My name is Hephaestus, but you know me as Minato Namikaze, god of the forges, fire, and volcanoes. Son of Hera and Zeus and your father. 10 years later, Percy looked shocked at how many arrows were sticking out of Thorn, the manticore. Inwardly, he was cursing any of the gods or goddesses immensely. He just wanted one normal time with Talia, Annabeth, and Grover, but that seems to be too much to ask for. He doesn't blame Grover for this, but come on, how many times does he have to fight monsters? Thorn hissed in pain and pulled the arrows out. He looked at the blonde-haired girl with gray eyes, named Annabeth Chase, when she sighed in relief, the hunters. A girl who was wielding a spear and dressed like a punk, with lengthy black hair and hands sparkling with blue lightning, groaned, "Oh wonderful." Percy looked to where the arrows were shot from and was shocked. The attackers were young girls, most of them his age and some appeared to be a year or two younger. One stood in the front, a girl with long black hair and a silver circlet around her head, and in the back was a girl who barely looked 12 or 13. She had the aura of a leader. "Shall I end it, milady?" the one in the front asked. "No," the 13-year-old girl said, "he is going to do it." Zoe smiled at that, confusing the demigods. "Who are they talking about?" "Why, you cannot do this," Thorn snarled, glaring at the huntress with hate, anger, and fear in his eyes. "It's forbidden by the ancient laws." "On the contrary," the girl said, "all wild animals fall under my domain, Manticore, and last time I checked, your species could be considered such. Besides," the girl got a small smirk, "it's not me you should be worrying about." "What are you talking about?" Thorn snarled. "Who else is here?" "How about look behind you and find out?" Thorn turned around, just in time to see a giant axe embedded in his chest. Thorn howled in pain, and on his knee, he looked up to see a gray cloak-wearing hooded man.
How did you sneak up on me?" Thorn said weakly, glaring at the man. The man pulled out the axe and readied it for a swing.
"I don't tell my skills to the enemy." He then chopped off the head, making Thorn turn to dust. The man put his axe behind him and pulled out a bow from in his cloak and pointed it at someone behind the hunters. He let it fly, hitting the helicopter and embedding it inside the pilot's chest. The helicopter went haywire and crashed in the ocean.
There were a few minutes of silence. Percy, in sheer amount of bravery or stupidity, pulled out Riptide and pointed it at the man's neck, making every hunter, including the leader, pull out their bows and point the arrows at Percy.
"Who are you?" Percy asked, ignoring the glares the hunters were sending him. The man sighed. He put the bow back into his cloak and pulled his hood down. Annabeth, Talia, and Grover gasped while Percy looked at him. The man looked at least 17 or older. He had sun-kissed spiky blonde hair, with red and brown streaks on top, and his eyes were a mixture of sky blue, fiery red and stormy gray. He had tan skin and exotic whisker marks on his cheeks. Annabeth and Talia looked shocked, extremely happy, though Talia was trying to hide it, while Grover looked as if he just found Pan. "I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," the teen said, "son of Haphasetus and champion of Athena. Pleasure to meet you, Perseus Jackson." Naruto gave him an offer hand. Percy, after getting out of his shock, took it. It was after they finished shaking hands that Naruto punched him hard on the jaws. Percy stepped back, hold his jaws in pain, and was about to uncap Riptide, when he felt an intimidating presence that almost made him choke in air. It felt like the time he, Talia, Annabeth, and Grover met Hades, just not as thick. He looked up to see Naruto glaring at him and eyes changing to pure red. "That," Naruto growled, glaring at Percy with rage in his eyes, "was for endangering the other squidhead. You're lucky that I didn't break your jaws for that recklessness." Naruto is very protective of his friends. One time, back at his old home, he crippled Neji for hurting Hinata and would have taken out his eyes if it wasn't for Hinata kindness. "Enough, Naruto," the girl said, putting a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Naruto, after a few breaths, calmed down and smiled in thanks, which she returned. Percy, while cradling his jaws, took the time to look at the young. She was no doubt really beautiful with her auburn hair, milky skin, and silver yellow eyes. His heart skipped a beat when he saw her smile at Naruto. "Continue to gawk, Jackson, and I'll break the jaws next time," Naruto warned, making Percy snap his mouth shut. Naruto turned around and smiled at her, and she smiled back. "Out of every male in the world, you are the first one I enjoy to see," the auburn girl said. Then she gently hugged the teen. "It's good to see you again, Naruto." Naruto smiled even wider and hugged back. "It's good to see you too, Artemis." Percy's jaws dropped. "That is Artemis. Why is she 12? When the two broke the hugs, two red blurs hit Naruto and got him on the floor. "Percy, you look down to see two twin redheads that are at least 10 years old." Naruto look up and smile at the two. "Hey Lily, hey Rose. Are you enjoying being in the hunt?" "Yes. All the hunters are really nice and helpful towards us," Lily said, with Rose nodding. Naruto got up and looked to see Zoe approaching, with a friendly smile on her face. That stunned Talia, Annabeth, and Grover, who knew Zoe. Good to see you, Naruto, Zoe said. Naruto smiled and hugged the girl, which she returned with a blush on her face. Good to see you too, Zoe-chan, Naruto said. Zoe stepped back and she, Naruto, and Artemis looked at the frightened children behind Grover. The girl looked about 13, with black hair that is under a green floppy hat, olive skin and dressed in bland clothing. The boy next to her looked about 10 with the same hair and skin, but dressed friendlier. The two black eyes lock on the goddess, hunters, and demigods. Who are you people? The girl asked hesitantly. Artemis went to speak with the girl, but Naruto stopped her, shook his head. Artemis, I know what you're thinking, but let me talk to her first. Please, Artemis sighed, but nodded under Naruto's pleading eyes. Naruto walked up to the group, smiled at Talia, Annabeth, and Grover briefly, before looking at the children. Hey Nico, hey Bianca. Do you remember me? The two siblings look at him with confusion before widening in shock. And Naruto? Nico asked in shock while Bianca is the same and got a little blush on her face. They met Naruto at the Lotus Casino a couple of months back. When they got out, he took care of them for a bit and helped them survive. Before he left, he gave them enough money to travel and survive. Needless to say, they are eternally grateful for the blonde. Naruto smiled. Yep, it's me. Glad to see you remember, but before I say anything, let me ask you two things. First, remember when I told you that your father was alive? The two nodded. Okay, and did you brush up on Greek mythology? The two nodded again. Why did we need to? Bianca asked hesitantly, taking a step back. Naruto sighed and mentally prepared himself. Because Bianca, everything that is in Greek mythology is real. Naruto stated, making Bianca's eyes widen. The gods, monsters, demigods, everything. And the Lord of the Dead is your father. Awesome. Nico exclaimed, but Bianca shook her head. No. Not awesome. Bianca stated, before looking at the group, is this a sick joke? Naruto frowned and shook his head. No, it is not a joke, Bianca. Most wish it is, but it isn't. He then looked at Nico. Hey Nico, go talk to Grover for a bit. He'll explain things to you. Nico nodded and went to Grover. Naruto then turned to Bianca with a smile. How about we go for a walk, Bianca? Oh okay. Bianca said with a faint blush. Naruto smiled and turned to Zoe Nightshade. Tell Artemis we'll be gone for a moment. Okay. Zoe nodded and went to tell Artemis. Naruto put his hand on Bianca before they vanish in a flash yellow light. Percy saw the flash and cried, hey, where they go? Unknown. Naruto and Bianca reappeared at an unknown place and Bianca fell down, gasping for breath. Naruto smiled apologetically at her and gave her a bottle of water. Sorry about that. He murmured, I forgot that other have problems when I use Hirishin. Must be because we briefly cross Arrow King, aka Zeus, territory. What was that? She breathed, wide eyes and out of breath. Naruto smiled. A technique only my father and I know, Naruto said, as he helped her stand. It a technique that helps get you from one place to another. It involves opening time and space and can teleport from one place to another. Wow was all Bianca could say. Naruto grinned. Yeah. It really is a useful ability for anything. Then Naruto turned serious. Okay Bianca, I'm gonna give you 3 choices. But listen fully before you choose. Meanwhile, where are they? They've been gone for half an hour. Percy exclaimed, pacing back and forth. Talia is sitting on the wall, Annabeth is reading a book, and Grover is playing Mythomagic with Nico. Grover looked up from the game. He and Nico are playing. Relax Percy, Bianca is perfectly safe with Naruto. How do you know? Percy asked with a frown before holding his jaws. For all we know, he could be a spy for Lu. Before he could finish, a knife and a spear was embedded near his legs. He looked at the weapons, wide eyes, and then looked up to see Talia and Annabeth glaring at him. Finish that sentence Jackson and I'll gut you where you stand. Talia exclaimed, with Annabeth nodding. Percy frowned at them. Okay. What the deal? Percy asked, crossing his arm. How do you guys know him? Why are protective of him? Who is this guy? Just forget seaweed brain, Annabeth sighed, calming down a bit. Inwardly, she is giddy seeing her big brother and no doubt Talia is extremely happy as well, despite her demeanor.
No, there is something off about him, Percy said, stubborn to the core. He nearly broke my jaws.
You're lucky he didn't break your skull. Talia exclaimed, you ignore my instructions and put everyone in danger. If one of us went injure or worse, he would have beaten your soggy butt. Yeah. But I saved them from that manticore, Percy argued, but got cut off when lightning nearly struck him. Talia has lightning in her eyes now. That's not the point. Talia said, her eyes glowing in anger. You didn't have to fight him. You could have led them back with the crowd. But instead you put everyone in danger and Naruto gets mad when his friends are in danger. Your anger issue is yet to be solved, Talia, Zoe said with a smirk, getting the anger eyes snapped at her. She glared at the hunter. By the way, Nightshade, I want an explanation on how you know Naruto, Talia demanded. Zoe scowled. It isn't your business, Zoe stated before glaring at the son of Poseidon. Lady Artemis has request for you. Has Naruto returned? Right here. With Bianca, everyone turn around to see Naruto with Bianca, who look a bit sickened. Naruto smile apologetically at Bianca before turning to Zoe. I'm guessing Lady Artemis want to see us, Zoe-chan? Zoe nodded. Yes, Milady requested you and Jackson to go with Bianca. What about me? Nico asked, looking up from his game with Grover and getting everyone's attention. I mean, can I come too? And Nico, I heard you were missing a character, Naruto said before Zoe could speak, reaching into his cloak and tossing a small figurine to the 10-year-old. The boy caught it in his hand and his eyes widened. Hades. But he's one of the rarest ones, Nico cried out, looking up at Naruto with awe. How'd you get it? My dad had it and gave it to me, Naruto said before looking at Annabeth. Hey Annie, why don't you go play a game of Mythomagic with Nico? Percy half expected for Annabeth to snap at him for calling her Annie, which was why he was baffled when Annabeth just smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, Grover sighed in relief. That game is complicated and he could barely figure it out. Being beaten by a 10-year-old kid 3 times in a row didn't help his ego at all. Naruto looked at Zoe and shook his head. You need to talk to people, Zoe. The girl blushed, but nodded. Naruto is right, though she hates to admit it. The tent. Sit, Artemis said, gesturing towards the pillow on the floor. Naruto nodded and did so, causing the other two to do the same. The blonde sat strong and tall, while Percy and Bianca seemed nervous around the presence of a goddess. 2 hunters are behind them, one glaring at Percy while the other is smiling behind Naruto. Artemis looked at the two, before setting her gaze on Bianca. So did Naruto tell you of what I'll ask? Artemis asked. Bianca nodded. Artemis waited patiently before sighing. And which offer do you choose? The goddess asked when she realized is waiting for her to speak. Bianca bit her lip and looked at Naruto. The blonde sighed. I just gave you the options, Bianca. Naruto said it's up to you to pick your path and I will support it no matter what it is. And you continue to impress me, Naruto. Artemis said with a soft smile. Naruto blushed and scratched his whisker marks, a little embarrassed by the praise. It's not every day you get praise by a man-hater. Wait a minute. What offers? Percy asked, his eyebrows furrowed. Naruto sighed and began to explain. Well, Bianca has 3 choices to choose from, Naruto said, looking at Percy. The first, she can go to Camp Half-Blood. The second is that she can join the Hunters of Artemis. And the third, Naruto pick a kunai from his pouch, is that she can receive training from me and become a shinobi. What? But you can't. Percy protested. You have to come to Camp Half-Blood so Chiron can train you. It's the only way you can learn to survive. Naruto gained a tick mark at that. Are you implying that I can't protect her, Jackson? Naruto interjected in an icy tone. Percy ignored Naruto so he can get Bianca to join camp. Bianca, camp is cool. Percy continued to say, it's got Pegasus stable and sword fighting arena. I mean, what do you get by becoming his apprentice? Freedom and training, Naruto stated. What? Percy asked, confused. She is free from the camp and she'll get enough training to protect the ones she loves. What do you mean? Percy asked. You are free to leave camp when you want and you get to train to be a hero there. Then tell me, why do you have curfew there? To make sure all the little heroes get a good night's sleep. And why is the death rate so high for you, demigod? Percy seemed a loss for words for that, so Naruto pressed his advantage. With me, she can learn to stand on her own 2 feet, to not to fear the creatures of the dark, and can learn to protect the ones she cares about. She learn everything I know and become strong. This is crazy, Bianca, Percy muttered, switching gears. What about you, brother? Naruto can't have 2 apprentices, can he? And you would rather her be with the hunters? Naruto interjected once again, to become immortal, to never see her brother again. With me, she can be allowed to stay with her brother, no consequences. But it is not your choice. Naruto then turned to Bianca, it's hers. Bianca looked at Naruto, then at the goddess and, after a few minutes, finally made her choice. I don't want to be afraid, Bianca called. I don't want to lose my brother, but everything happening in so fast pace. Her fist is clenching so tight, that it's white. I know what I'm going to say is selfish, but Nico has been my responsibility for the longest time. I want to be free, to be my own person. I offer you that, Naruto said. You are free to go back to your brother at any time, but you can have the privilege of hunter and a shinobi. Freedom to go anywhere you want. And I will teach you to survive this world and give you the power to protect your family. There is much beauty in the world and I don't want you to miss out. You can even teach your abilities to your brother. So what do you say? Bianca bit her lip. An offer like that is something no one can refuse. To get the power to protect the ones you love, to travel around the world, to be free from all responsibility. She can even teach Nico if she wanted. After a few minutes, she finally made her answer. I accept, Bianca said, much to Percy's displeasure. Is there a way to do this? Yes, Naruto said, then pull out a cloth. Hold out your arm for me. Bianca the girl did just that and Naruto wrapped the cloth around her. Now Bianca, do you accept the responsibility of a shinobi set by me, and to follow my word without question until your apprenticeship is complete? I do, Bianca replied. Then, without warning, the cloth began to glow and some unknown energy began to seep in her skin. Bianca began to glow a faint blue before all the energy entered in Bianca and stopped glowing. Naruto smiled. How do you feel? I feel so alive, Bianca exclaimed. I feel that I can take on the strongest of people and feel that I just got out of a small cage after several months. That the chakra inside you, Naruto said, chuckling a little. All shinobi, or in your case, kunoichi, have that inside them. It intensifies your senses and gives you powers you cannot even imagine. So when can we train? Bianca asked, a bit eagerly. Naruto chuckled at that. That kinda remind him of himself when he was younger. When get to camp Half-Blood, Naruto said. Until then, we can get to know each other and you can tell Nico the news. Artemis smiled. If there was any male she can trust, it's Naruto. He proved that more than once. The entire it was going on, Percy had folded on himself. He felt like an intruder and a complete failure. He couldn't believe he came all this way only to lose Bianca to a pretty boy. He admitted that he preferred losing Bianca to Naruto over the hunters, but his wounded pride wouldn't let him admit he was wrong and that camp is the best place for Bianca. Do not despair, Percy Jackson, Artemis said. You will still get to show the D'Angelos your camp. And if Nico chooses, he can stay there. Great, Percy said, trying not to sound surly. How are we supposed to get there? Artemis closed her eyes. Dawn is approaching. Zoe, break camp and get Bianca outfitted with Naruto's basic shinobi outfit. You must to get to Long Island quickly and safely. I shall send for a ride from my brother. Zoe didn't like that idea and Naruto groaned, but she nodded and told Bianca to follow her. As she left, she stopped in front of Percy. I'm sorry, Percy, but I want to do this. I really do. Then she was gone and he was left with Artemis and Naruto. So, he started glumly, we're going to get a ride from your brother, huh? Artemis' silver eyes gleamed. Yes, boy. You see, Bianca is not the only one with an annoying brother. It's time for you to meet my irresponsible and overprotective brother, Apollo. Naruto winced at the overprotective part. That's an understatement. Is your brother still angry with me? Naruto asked. Artemis sighed. I'm not sure, but he will not attack you. Otherwise, Artemis' eyes hardened a bit, he would have to deal with me. When Percy and Naruto walked out the tent, the blonde-hair boy was stopped by Annabeth. When he was in the tent, Annabeth was holding in a lot of emotion. Mainly wanting to see if that was really Naruto and hug her big brother to death. Now she got the chance and she's not gonna waste it. Is that you, Naruto? Is it really you? She asked. Naruto smiled at the girl and rubbed her head. Yeah, it's me, little Annie, Naruto said affectionately. The girl finally let her emotions go and hug him to death, tears streaming. Percy looked shocked. In the 2 or 3 years he knew Annabeth, he knew that she is a strong girl and would never show emotions like this to anyone. Plus, he felt something uncomfortable in his chest when he saw the two hugging like this. Gods, Naruto, Annabeth croaked out, burying her head in his shoulder. What happened? Everyone thought you were dead. Many things, Annie, Naruto said. looking at her gray orbs. I'll tell you and Talia-chan when we get back to camp and settle in. At that, Annabeth conceded and hugged him harder. I miss you, Naruto. I missed you to little Annie. When this was happening, the hunters and Percy was looking at Talia, as she approached the boy. Annabeth moved aside and the two stared at one another. Hey Thale-chan, Naruto said warmly. I miss you as well. And just like that, Talia slapped Naruto. You idiot. Talia yelled, tears streaming in her eyes. Where were you? Why didn't you contact us? We all thought you died. Naruto sighed, a built of guilt inside him. I had to do some things, Thale-chan, Naruto sighed. I was in other places, rescuing other demigods and doing other missions. I tell you when we get settled into camp, but trust me, you like what I have to tell you. And won't leave you guys again, I promise you that. Naruto was taken by surprise when Talia gave him a powerful hug. It only lasted a few seconds when she pulled back, a light blush on her face. Percy was shocked at this. Talia liked never physical affection, until now. Who was this guy? After a few minutes, a bright light approached them. Artemis lifted her arm up to protect her eyes and everyone else turned their eyes away. When the light dimmed, the gathered demigods and hunters saw a young man with sandy blonde hair, next to a red convertible Maserati Spider. The man was grinning brightly, until he caught the sight of Naruto. The smile fell and Apollo glared at him like he's the bastard Orion. Naruto groaned. Why did Apollo hate him? Hey Artie. What is he doing here? Apollo said in a not-so-cheerful voice. Artemis sighed. When is Apollo going to get that Naruto is not Orion? Naruto helped me with defeating the Manticore, Apollo. Also, Naruto will be going with the hunters and the 5 demigods so you will not harm him. Apollo looked like he wanted to argue, but kept his mouth shut. Now, I will be going to hunt down the Bane of Olympus. You won't harm Naruto again or else. She left the threat hanging with a warning glance. After she left, Apollo started glare at Naruto. Don't think because Arte is on your good book, means that I have to be nice to you, Apollo growled at him. Again, why do you hate me? Naruto asked, staring back at him just as fiercely. Because if it's about Artemis being friends with me, then get over it. I'm not Orion. Artemis is not supposed to be friends with men. She swore on the sticks. Apollo snapped back at him. Naruto is really getting irritated at his overprotectiveness. No, Artemis swore not to lose her virginity. Naruto retorted. She didn't swear that couldn't make friends with a male. Also, it isn't your choice of who she will make friends with. It's her. So back off Apollo. Apollo looked he was about to say something, but stopped himself and went to talk to Percy and Talia, who are looking at the scene in shock, along with the other demigods. The only who aren't are the hunters, since they saw this before. Naruto walked in the forest, away from the others, before making a whistling tune. He waited for a moment before a snowy white owl came from the forest and landed on his shoulder. You see, being a champion of Athena has its benefit. For example, you can summon any owl whenever you want. Your brain can process things faster than it usually does. You can come up with battle strategy with a blink in the eye and like a child of Athena and you have eidetic memory. So Naruto remembers everything from when he was 13 to the present. I need you to watch Artemis, Naruto said to the owl. Make sure she's okay. If something happens, report to me as quick as you can. The owl nodded and flew in the night sky. After the owl left, Naruto went back with the others. The bus, after an argument from Apollo, Naruto is now on the front wheel to save Talia from driving. See, when Naruto was with Annabeth, Luke, and Talia, he found out that the daughter of Zeus is afraid of heights. He found that out when they had to jump off a high-story cliff. While he was driving, the demigods are talking in the back. Okay, spill it, Percy said, demanded. How do you guys know Naruto? When did you meet? The son of Poseidon wanted answer and he gonna get it now. Annabeth sighed. Percy isn't gonna let it go so she might as well tell him. Okay Percy. We'll tell you. She finally conceded, with Talia nodding in agreement. Talia started first. Okay, you know that me, Annabeth, and Luke were fighting together before went to Camp Half-Blood, right? Percy nodded. Well, what we didn't tell you was that Naruto was with us too. He helped us survive most of the monsters we've encountered. Annabeth nodded. Yeah. He found me first at Washington, D.C. He protected from monsters and kept me safe. She looked down on the floor, a tear falling down from her face. He was like a big brother to me. She don't want to mention that she have a crush on him. Talia started again. Then, a few months later, he run into me and Luke when he was fighting the Minotaur. So for months it was me, Luke, Annabeth, and Naruto. Talia then looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with gratitude and a bit of admiration. He also saved my life, she whispered. Flashback. Talia, Luke, Annabeth, Grover and Naruto are running from a group of monsters. The monsters consist of hellhounds, Cyclops, the three Furies, and many more. The group kept running and running until one the Furies, Electo, used her whip to grab Talia's ankle and pull her down. The others stopped running and saw what happening. Now, kill her. Electo screeched to her sisters. The other two got their claws and went for the kill. Talia tried to claw away the whip desperately, but it no good. Electo got a good grip on her. She saw the two Furies descending on her and she closed her eyes, waiting for the pain. She waited for a minute. Then two. Finally, she opened her eyes to see why she doesn't feel any pain when she saw Naruto with his axe in hand and golden dust. If you think you're gonna kill my friend, think again. Naruto growled out to Electo, then turned to Grover. Grover, grab Talia now. I'll catch up to you. Grover looked like he was about to argue, but one stern look from Naruto got him to pick up Talia and run with Luke, who was holding Annabeth to keep her going to Naruto. Talia and Annabeth tried to struggle under the demigod and the satyr's grip, but didn't have the strength to do it and could only watch, hear what's happening. Naruto looked at the army of monsters. There was no fear, no hesitation in his eyes. Just pure determination. To protect his friends, even it meant his death.
So without a word, he charged at the army. He swung his axe at the leg of a Cyclops, causing it to fall down on a group of hounds. After that, hellhound after hellhound jumped up to chop the shoulder of another Cyclops. He dodged a claw from Electo, then swung his axe down on a snake. He kept chopping monster after monster until Electo whipped on the leg, making him hiss in pain and fall down.
Naruto looked to where the group, to see there at the edge of the camp. Annabeth is crying, trying to reach him while in Luke's arm, and Talia is weakly doing the same. But most of her stamina is gone and she got an injury to the leg, meaning that she couldn't run to him. Naruto heard a cackle, making him turn to Electo and the horde of remaining monsters. Any last word, demigod? Electo said with a smirk. Naruto smirked back, making a lot of monsters uneasy. Just one, Hirishin. Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow, only to appear in front of the camp border. The monsters were confused for a moment, then head keep falling off, bodies separating, and limbs getting capacitated. All the monsters were gone, including Electo. Annabeth, Talia, Luke, and Grover stare at the scene in shock. Naruto walk over to the borderline of Camp Half-Blood and put a silver box on a tree. Suddenly, a shield erupted from it, surrounding the camp and its border. It stopped once it reached the end. Flashback ended. From then on, we used that tree to protect Camp Half-Blood, Talia said. It made out of godly energy and ichor, courtesy of Haphasetus. It burn up monsters into oblivion if they ever try to enter. Percy looked at Naruto with different emotion, from shock to a little admiration. The teen protected his friends from certain death, the risk of his own death. He made a wall of fire that protected the demigods for many years. But he still got one more question. If he was at camp, where was he for the 2 years I was at camp? Annabeth was about to answer, until they felt a rumble on the bus. The demigods and hunters look around the bus, until they felt another rumble. Suddenly, they heard an explosion at the left side of them and some let out a scream of surprise, fear. What the heck? Naruto yelled. He looked in the rear view mirror to see a large white bird behind them. On the bird is a man with blonde hair, made into a ponytail. Bangs on his right eye while the left got makeup under it. He's wearing a robe that Naruto is all too familiar with. The Akatsuki. Naruto hissed out. He then saw the blonde hair man throw something and Naruto maneuver away from it, just in time to see it explode. Who is that, Whiskers? Talia yelled out from her seat. Naruto dodged another of those bombs and gave her the quick version. He is one of the Akatsuki. A S-rank ninja from my world. They're extremely dangerous and their goals are to collect all of the tailed beasts. He moved away from another bomb, making a few people scream. Talia clutched her seat tightly, her phobia acting up while others hang on to dear life. Hang on people. Naruto called out. Naruto then flipped a switch, making the bus change into something else. The bus shape turned circular, wings spread out of the sides. The inside changed as well and the front changed into a pilot seat. The front slowly turned sharp and 2 windows spread on top. The color also changed into black. The bus changed into a jet. Naruto flew the jet up and flew it over the bird. He then went behind and got 2 guns out of the bottom. Okay birdie, eat bronze bullets. Naruto started shooting, but the man came prepared. He sent out tons of spiders, protecting him and his ride from the bullets. The blonde then turned around and sent out dozens of birds. Naruto shoot them easily, but the man kept sending more and more. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration and turned to the others. Jackson, Annabeth, I need you two to control the guns while I drive. The two didn't argue and did just that. The son of Poseidon and the daughter of Athena went to the co-pilot seat and started shooting bird after bird, making them explode. Naruto then opened a red button and a missile shot out from the cargo hold. The man's eyes widened and he moved away, but it was too late. The rocket exploded and the man was forced to retreat from his ride. Naruto then sighed in relief. They lost the Akatsuki member, that's good. Naruto turned around to see a lot of people looking at him. That was awesome. Nico shouted out and Percy was in agreement, although many tried to stop their heart from racing after that experience, Talia especially. Naruto chuckled and flew the rest of the way. But something tells him that it wasn't the last time he saw the man. He should prepare when he get back to camp. Right now, he should enjoy the flight and get to Southern Island soon. As soon as Saul landed on the ground, Talia quickly got out and on the ground, hyperventilating. Her phobia acted up real badly in there. She had never been that scared in her life. Everyone else got out slower than her, but some were ruffled up because of that flight. Annabeth and Percy had to carry a unconscious and foaming Grover. They got 2 demigods to carry the satyr so they could go to the big house to inform Chiron about what happened. When all of the demigods went in, the hunters to their cabin to settle in, they spotted Chiron and Mr. D playing their usual card game. Chiron spotted the demigods and smiled, but when his eyes landed on Naruto, his eyes widened and his jaws dropped. And Naruto? Chiron said in shock. At the sight of him, Mr. D also got wide eyes and dropped his Diet Coke can. Naruto smiled at the centaur and waved, "Hey Chiron, long time no see." In the blink of an eye, Naruto got pulled by bone-breaking hug. Naruto, my boy. I thought you were dead. Chiron said, his eyes misty. He let go of Naruto, giving the blonde some time to breath after that hug. Not dead Chiron. Just injured. Had to heal up before I could come back, Naruto said. Chiron nodded in understanding. From the quest Naruto took, he was bound to get greatly injured. But where had the blonde been for the past 5 years? Behind Percy, Mr. D slowly went to Naruto, holding that shock expression. Naruto saw the god and reach under the cloak, getting dozens cans of Coke. By the way, here's your special Coke Mr. D, Naruto said, passing a Coke can to him. Mr. D opened it with shaky hands and took one careful sip before he did something that shocked all the demigods in the room. He cried hard, and hugged Naruto just as hard. It's you. It's really you. Dionysus sobbed, holding the blonde tightly. Only one person can make this Coke. Only one person who can make that taste. Meanwhile, Percy was opening and closing his mouth in shock. Talia was taking a picture of this. Annabeth was staring at the scene with wide eyes, and Bianca and Nico was staring at the scene with bewilderment. Chiron was shaking his head in amusement. Only Naruto can make Mr. D like that. Naruto, while still being hugged, was slowly turning blue and losing oxygen. Dionysus finally noticed what he was doing and let go of the blonde and disappeared with the Coke. Everyone blinked for a bit before Chiron spoke up. Well, moving on then. He then turned to Bianca and Nico, seeing 2 new demigods here. I assume you completed the mission? Yeah, about that, Percy began. What's wrong? Chiron asked. Percy was about to speak, but Naruto beat him. I'm training Bianca to be a shinobi. Naruto said, I saw potential in her and decided that she could be trained. So she's being trained to become a shinobi, Chiron said. I can see no better training, especially since she's being trained by Naruto. But Chiron interjected calmly, you need to learn that there are many paths that can be taken. Bianca chose her own path. Percy sighed. He should stop taking it so personally. After that, they informed Chiron about their quest. By the end, Chiron was frowning. Well, This is troubling news, Chiron said, but it's best to leave this in Artemis's hand. Hunting is in her nature. Now, let's talk about one more thing. Chiron turned to Naruto. Should I gather the counselors so you can explain where you went? Naruto nodded. Chiron got up and galloped out of the big house, to get the other counselors, leaving the demigods over here. 18 minutes later, Naruto was showing Bianca the different kind of weapons shinobi use. Grover is playing Mythomagic with Nico, and Annabeth and Talia talk to Percy about their past adventure with Naruto. Speaking of which, Percy doesn't know what to think about the blonde. On one hand, Annabeth, Grover, Chiron, and Talia are friends with the blonde. On the other hand, he nearly crushed his jaws when they first met. But now, he's a lot friendlier. Can the blonde be trusted, or is he like Luke? His thoughts were interrupted when he heard the door open. He turned in time to see Selena and Katie jump on Naruto and hug him just as hard as Dionysus had. Naruto. Okay, who doesn't know the blonde? Naruto hugged the girls back with equal force. Seeing the blonde again made them cry in his shoulders, but the blonde just whispered to them and comforted them. They haven't seen him for years, just like the others. Hey girls, I miss you, Naruto said in a warm voice. That only made the girls cry harder until they got off of him. Naruto turned to the door to see Charles, Clarice, and the stalls. Charles, it'd been a long time, Naruto said, shaking the black man's hand firmly. Charles shook his hand just as firmly and smiled at his stepbrother. That it had, Naruto. The whole camp misses you, it was true. When he was injured, the whole camp was in a state of depression, thinking that he was dead. The ones that were hit the most were Annabeth, Talia, Grover, Clarice, Katie, Selena, Charles, the stalls, and Dionysus. Annabeth hardened her emotion during those times. Talia did as well. Grover kept losing confidence over the years. Clarice hid under a tough girl attitude. Katie focused on growing strawberries and rarely did anything else. Selena cried in her pillow during the nights. Charles focused on most of Naruto's project to honor his brother. The stalls hid their depression with pranks, and Dionysus tried to drink himself out of depression, which barely worked. Naruto flinched a little, but recovered. Well, I'm here now and I'm not planning on getting injured again or killed anytime soon. That's a promise. Charles smiled at that. If Naruto make a promise, he does his best to keep it. No matter what. The blonde then turned to the sons of Hermes and grinned. Hey Travis. Hey Connor. Have you done any pranks lately? The stalls grinned and gave him a list of pranks they did. Naruto looked at them and laughed when he read half the page. You are real geniuses, you two. Perhaps when I settle down here, we can start planning together. The stalls hop up and down excitedly. Naruto told them stories of his achievement. He once painted his village national monument, in full view, wearing an orange kill me jumpsuit, just to put salt on the wound. So they have a right to admire the blonde. To be working with him, is any prankster's dream. All of the demigods that knew of the stalls and Naruto reputation felt shivers up their spine. The only one who didn't know is Percy, Nico, and Bianca. Naruto then turned to Clarice and walked to her. Clarice walked to him as well. Finally, when they got to arm's length, Clarice let her emotions control her a little and hugged the blonde, a few tears coming out. I miss you, Whiskers, Clarice said. Naruto smiled and hugged her back. Only Talia and Clarice ever call him Whiskers. Miss you too, Clary-chan. Naruto responded back. Clarice's heart fluttered, hearing her name again. In the background, Percy's jaws dropped. This week is becoming more shocking, and he's seeing something that he thought he would never see. Clarice hugging and showing emotion. After that intimate, Clarice let go and glared at everyone. If any one of you ever mention this, I'll cut your private parts and hang them on my wall. Many of them pale and cover their precious parts, except Naruto, Annabeth, Charles, and Talia. I see you got that henge on, Naruto said, grinning. Clarice smiled and enveloped herself in a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Percy's jaws dropped. Clarice was not the burly girl he saw. In her place, was a girl with crimson red hair, heart-shaped face, and a more cute but strong figure, and hard purple eyes. Naruto grinned at her, making the girl blush. During those years, she used this disguise so no guy would try to take advantage of her. Especially her siblings, since they would try to rape her even if they're siblings. She also turned into a tough girl, so she would gain respect from everyone. Now, she doesn't have to use the henge anymore. Naruto then turned to everyone. Now let's get this meeting started. A few minutes later, after everyone settled in and took their seat, Percy asked a question he'd been wondering about. How do you know everyone over here? Percy asked. Simple. I rescued and trained every one of them, Naruto said, while the demigods, except the D'Angelo siblings, pull out their shinobi headband to prove it. I rescued all of them from abusive parents, monsters, or human problems and trained them so they can defend themselves. Some were more impatient than others. He gave a pointed look to Annabeth, making the blonde smile sheepishly. Annabeth learned to throw and fight with a knife. Talia learned sword fighting and electric abilities. Luke and the Stalls learned tracking and stealth. Selena learned knife fighting and hand-to-hand combat. Clarice learned wrestling and fighting with the spear along with some earth abilities. Charles learned to forge weapons and axe wielding as well. Katie learned some plant abilities, and I taught Grover some martial arts ability along with increase his tracking skills. Percy jaws drop. That's a lot of abilities. Then, Percy got 2 questions. When did they been trained and what kind of abilities do you have? Naruto smiled wryly at that. I trained them when we were young and will fully train them when I'm settled in, Naruto said. As for my abilities, I can do all elemental attacks, mastered every weapon, perfected my tracking and stealth skill, and learned every jutsu known in my world. I also got eidetic memories and the power to talk to owls, as well as an increased thinking capacity and fast reflexes. Percy's got wide eyes at that. Again, this week is full of surprises. Before he could ask anything else, Talia beat him to it. Okay, now my questions. Where were you for the past years? The camp has been in a state of depression ever since you left. Most of the counselors nodded at that and looked at Naruto expectantly. I've been healing my wounds, Naruto said, showing the wound. Everyone gasped and Grover fainted on the spot. On Naruto's chest is a 2-foot-long scar that is close to his waist. The wound needed serious attention and that wasn't the only injury. After that, I've been doing jobs for Athena. Rescuing demigods and killing monsters, including Arachne. Everyone gasped and Annabeth whimpered in fear. Arachne is well known to the demigods, especially Athena's cabin. Speaking of demigods, Talia, I will need to talk to you. Talia looked curious and nodded. Okay, any more questions? Charles raised his hands. Yeah. When will you train us? Charles asked everyone silent question. Tomorrow, starting in the morning, Naruto said. Then grinned evilly at everyone. Be warned though, if you think my training on the road is bad, then prepare for the torture I will unleash on you. Many people shivered and some whimpered. Naruto's training is the worst. You would come out with better training, but with a lot of aching muscles. They're in for torture tomorrow. Annabeth asked the next question. How do you know the hunters? I met them at California, when I was rescuing a few women from a bunch of rapists, Naruto said. They were impressed with me, especially since I brutally killed those bastards. How did you kill them? Clarice asked, eager to hear. Naruto smirked and showed all of them a picture. The men paled when they saw the picture while the women gave Naruto cheers and smile. Since then I've been working with the hunters and Artemis, rescuing other demigods, Naruto said. I also taught them that not all men are bad. One more question, Talia said. Are you gonna stay here? Naruto smiled, answering her question. Yeah. Thale-chan, I'm staying, Naruto said. Talia beamed before Chiron walked over to the counselor and stomped his hooves to get their attention. Okay. Now that all the questions are answered, Chiron started, we're gonna play a game of capture the flag. But we don't have N. Percy, Chiron interrupted. It's a friendly game we play when the hunters come here.
Yeah, real friendly, Talia muttered. Naruto smirked.
So we'll be playing against the hunters, Naruto said. Excellent. I've been meaning to test the hunters' skills and try out some new weapons. Everyone that knew Naruto either grinned or shivered. Naruto is a beast when it comes to fighting. Some of them started pitying the hunters. They're going to face the toughest challenge ever. Outside, after everyone left, Naruto led Talia to the forest, with Annabeth, Percy, and Grover behind him. During the walk, Naruto had been attracting stares from the other campers, whispers, and blushes. The campers are all surprised to see Naruto and the girls who didn't know them either had blushes or nosebleeds. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto stopped and turned to Talia. Okay, Talia, before I tell you anything, I need you to swear on the sticks you won't overreact and do something rash. Okay. Talia looked suspicious, but did as he told, so did the others. Okay. Talia, remember when you told me about your brother? Talia nodded, but looked confused. Percy's eyes widen. Talia has a brother? Where is he? Well, I found him, alive and safe. He's not dead, Talia, Naruto said, making Talia's eyes widen. Talia didn't say anything. Just stare at Naruto with wide eyes. Then after 5 minutes, she asked in a shaky voice, he's alive? Yes, he is. Naruto said, then his tone turned somber, but I can't tell you where he's at. Before Talia could yell at him, Naruto stopped her and finished. The reason I can't tell is because Zeus made me swear on the sticks that I wouldn't tell the location. It was supposed to be a secret, but I found out by accident. So now, Zeus made me swear not to tell the location. Talia was quiet for a few minutes. Finally, she reluctantly nodded at the blonde's words. Then, without warning, hugged Naruto and cried on his shoulder. Naruto did nothing but hold her. You better be telling the truth, Whiskers, Talia said quietly, her tears still streaming. Her brother is alive. Her brother is safe. And there will be nothing to stop her from going to him. Naruto walked around the camp, looking at the cabins. His friends are either training, sleeping, or wandering like he is. He is enthralled by the unique cabins. Each one tells the gods or goddesses' personality and or realm. His favorite ones are Artemis, Athena, Hephaestus, and Hermes. His least favorite are Zeus, Hera, Ares, and Aphrodite. He strode past all the cabins, stopping at Artemis' cabin to say hello to the hunters, and went to Hephaestus' cabin. He entered in and was met by the sound of cheers of all his siblings. Okay, everyone calm down. Beckwander said to everyone, now, for the people who don't know him, I would like to introduce you to Naruto, our brother and protector. The original and soon to become leader of this cabin. The new cabin mates look at Naruto with awe. They heard stories of Naruto. How he's a master builder, how he rescued various demigods, and is protector of this camp. Because of him, this cabin is filled up with most of their brothers and sisters. 15 of them, since Hephaestus rarely ever cheated on his wife and only did so because he loves the women he had met. Naruto smiled at them all. Hello my brothers and sisters. I hope to get to know you when I stay here. For the ones who are new here and for the ones who already know me, I'm glad to come back. One of them, a girl who is 16 years with brown hair and brown eyes, walked over to Naruto and hugged him. It's good to see you again, big brother, the girl said tearfully. Naruto smiled and hugged her back. It's good to see you too, Medalis. Naruto said, gently. Medalis is one of the people Naruto found traveling while living in camp. He found her being sold to a pedophile. The one who was trying to sell her was her stepdad. Naturally, he was mad, so he killed the dad and the pedophile in the most brutal way possible. When he finished killing those bastards, the girl latched onto him. She sobbed on him, saying thank you over and over. Naruto comforted her till she calmed down, but she still latched on him like a lifeline. When they got to Camp Half-Blood, she flinched away from everybody, even from her siblings and especially away from the older campers. She latched on Naruto when she can and sleep with him to keep the nightmares away. They got closer and closer over the years, closest out of all the siblings. So Charles, what happened to my weapons when I was gone? Charles smiled and beckoned him over to the workshop, showing all the weapons he repaired. One of them is a pistol filled with bronze bullets. Next is the assault rifle with imperial gold bullets, an endless supply of both bullets. The third is a stealth chest plate, making anyone invisible, even the Byakugan couldn't see it. The fourth is a hilt. When used, your elemental abilities is fused with it, making an elemental sword. In other case, a new version of a lightsaber. And the fifth is an endless bag of Greek fire grenades, with a timing button in it. All fit and ready to use, Charles said, holding out the pistol. Naruto grabbed the pistol and put it on his holder, gathered all the weapons and put them in his cloak. Thanks, Charles, Naruto said, then turned to the others. Now, since I'm taking back the mantle of counselor of this cabin, I'm gonna give a brief review for those who doesn't know. Naruto crossed his arms. We're gonna do full-on training at 7 o'clock a.m. to 12 p.m. with all the other cabins. There will be no breaks, no complaints, and no chickening out. I can't protect all of you all the time, so I expect you to train to defend yourselves, understood? Yes, sir. The Hephaestus children said firmly. Some of the older cabin mates are getting excited at finally getting to train in the shinobi ways. Naruto smiled. It's good to see some of them get excited. Kinda remind him of himself when he was younger. Soon, Chiron called for an assembly and everyone walked to the dining halls to hear the announcement. There were many murmurs of excitement when they saw Naruto over here. Campers. Chiron called, "We got 2 new campers and 1 that returned here," all claimed. Cabin 11 sighed in relief. Their place is getting way too crowded. Bianca, Nico, and Naruto took the stage. The 2 younger ones are now wearing orange shirts and blue jeans. When everyone landed their eyes on Naruto, some gasped in shock. Every older camper recognized Naruto. Hermes' children's eyes shine in heroes' worship. Aphrodite's daughters look at Naruto with hungry eyes. Ares' sons glare at Naruto along with some of Apollo's children. The hunters smile at him along with Athena's children and Hephaestus' children, and the nymphs all have blushes on their faces. Chiron watched in amusement when Talia, Clarice, Katie, Medalis, Selena, Zoe, most of the hunters including the young red-headed twins, Bianca, and Annabeth sent glares to everyone who was blushing or staring at Naruto like meat. They were either jealous or overprotective. Bianca and Nico, Chiron called out. Bianca and Nico stepped forward and a yellow-green flame instantly appeared above, forming the symbol of Hades. The campers quickly chattered until Chiron neighed loudly to get all of their attention. He bowed down. "All hail Bianca and Nico D'Angelo, children of Hades, lord of the underworld." The campers knelt and bowed their heads, along with Naruto and the hunters. Bianca wanted to ground to suck her up while Nico is bowing to the others as well.
And also, I like to reintroduce our old camper and protector, Naruto Uzumaki, son of Hephaestus and champion of Athena. All of the campers that knew Naruto, except Ares and half of Apollo's kids, cheered in happiness. For those who don't know him, he was originally a camper of ours. He'd rescue half of our campers and helped with their training to survive. I would like for you to treat him like you would treat others.
The campers broke into whispers. The older ones talked about how Naruto is back while the younger ones talked about how it was rare for a demigod to become a champion and, in Aphrodite's case, how hot Naruto is. Naruto walked over to his table and sat with his siblings. "Ramen," Naruto said. A bowl of ramen appeared instantly and Naruto ate with gusto. His siblings smiled at him. Naruto loved to eat ramen, especially on a special day. As Naruto started to eat, one of Apollo's children, Michael Yu, walked over to Hephaestus' table. "So you're Naruto, huh? You don't look so tough," Michael said arrogantly. Naruto turned to him with a bored expression. This is coming from a guy who would run at the first sign of the war children charging at you. That got some laughs from the campers and Michael turned red with rage. "Oh yeah? Well, hey, don't dismiss me," Michael exclaimed when he saw Naruto turn away from him. "Go away you. I have no quarrel with you." Michael grabbed Naruto on the shoulder, but it ended up a mistake. The blonde grabbed his hand, twisted it, and sent him sprawling on the ground. Naruto's eyes turned red and sat on one knee, clutched his shoulder, and whispered in Michael's ear. "This is a fight you shouldn't pick, but if you insist I will fight you at 10 a.m. at the sparring field. All out with any weapon you choose. Prepare yourself, you will be fighting for your dignity." The son of Apollo was frightened by the voice, but didn't show it and nodded. He is confident that he could be him. Naruto let go of his shoulder and got back to his seat. Everyone was silent. No one said a word. Finally, the Stoll brothers and Nico broke the silence, saying, "That was awesome." The people broke into exciting chatter. Everyone heard what Naruto whispered to Michael and is looking forward to the fight. Some of the girls are blushing. Even though it was scary, Naruto's intimidating posture was kinda hot. Naruto turned to his brothers and sisters. "So are you all gonna watch me fight?" The siblings nodded and Medalis hugged Naruto in support. Medalis smiled at her big brother. "You can do it, Naruto. We know you can." "Yeah, I mean, if you can beat Ares in a sword fight we know can defeat you," one of the Hephaestus males said. Naruto smiled at his siblings for supporting him and got back to eating his ramen. After dinner was over, Naruto said goodnight to the hunters and his friends and went to bed with his siblings. When he was sure that everyone is asleep, he got out a box of cigarette and light one up. He blew out the smoke and formed a halo. During the years, he formed a habit of smoking like the Jonin, Asuma did. It kept him calm and relieves the stress from his body. But he sometimes had to hide his smokes because Talia, Annabeth, Artemis, basically any of the girls who are close to him tries to stop him from smoking and he doesn't want that. Sighing, he put up the cigarette and got to bed, dreaming about building many weapons. Morning. All of the campers gathered at the arena to watch the fight or what others think, the epic beatdown. Michael is now target practicing, wearing flexible armor. The Apollo cabin is offering him encouragement for the battle. Charles got to the bench and walked towards Talia and the others. He's on his way. He's preparing. Talia and Annabeth nodded. Percy looked at the two, curiosity filled his eyes. Hey guys, how strong is Naruto? I know his abilities, but exactly how strong? Percy asked. The people who knew Naruto smiled. Strong enough to defeat all the younger Olympians, save for Hephaestus, Artemis, and Athena. Annabeth said, causing Percy's mouth to drop. He turned to the others, who nodded in confirmation. Naruto faced more things than we did when he just 5 years old, Grover said. Sadness filled his eyes. The other also had sadness in their eyes, making Percy confused. What are they sad about? Before he could ask, Michael spoke up. Where is he? Did he chicken out? Figures, anyone related to Athena, blood or no, is bound to chicken out, Michael said with a sneer, causing all of Athena cabin to glare at him. He didn't say anything about Hephaestus cabin since all of them is strong. He has some form of common sense. Take that back. Naruto is gonna kick your butt. Nico said, his eyes fill with anger. Bianca would have scolded her brother, but she is angry as well. Michael sneered again. Then where is he then? Where is the so-called protector? Right behind you. Waiting for you to notice me. Michael turned to the back, along with the others, to see Naruto leaning on his bowstaff. Naruto's armor got their attention. His breastplate is red with brown straplines that is crossed diagonally and 2 more that is shaped like an X on the top. His shoulder cap is triangular and kneecap is as well. The thigh of his armor is triangular as well and red pants. His shirt is long sleeve as well with the same triangular armor on the arm and forearm, and brown straps on his arm as well. His boots are a combination of black and gray, a brown belt, and the armor have yellow lining. Naruto called it the dragon armor, hint, hint. His bow staff is bronze metal, with imperial gold metal sharpened on the edges. Luckily, he got gloves to protect himself from cutting himself. He's also got knives in his belts to throw. Many cheered, while some have starry eyes when they saw the armor, though the girls blushed when they saw it. Badass. Some of them thought out. Others thought about what items the armor is made out of while the girls are thinking how hot Naruto looks. The hunters, Chiron, Dionysus, the satyrs, and the nymphs look shocked. The mantle of the champion, Grover said in awe. The others looked confused while Annabeth snapped her head at the armor. The what? The demigods, except Annabeth, said. Zoe snorted behind them. The mantle of the champion is the armor of the champion, Hawk. He was the champion of Athena and was the protector of a city called Kirkwall. Percy and Talia turned to her in confusion while Annabeth looked at her with curious and excited gaze. Where did he find the armor at? Annabeth asked, excited to find out. Zoe smiled in amusement. He found it during his travel with Milady and her hunters. Zoe said. The others were waiting for her to continue, but Zoe stopped there. Who is Hawk anyway? Percy murmured, with the others wondering the same thing. Athena's children looked at them like they asked who Zeus was. You don't know the legend? Annabeth asked, incredulously. Hawk? The champion of Kirkwall? Savior of mages? When the demigods gave her a blank look, she and her siblings shook their heads sadly. What is this world coming to? Nice armor, Goldilocks, Michael taunted. Unfortunately, that won't help you against me. Soon, you'll feel the might of Apollo. Naruto twisted his staff around and said to the archer, I'm sorry. Did you say something? Causing the archer to face fault and everyone to laugh. Michael quickly stood up and turned red with anger. Ah! Michael yelled in rage and launched an arrow. Naruto threw a knife and cut the arrow. Michael launched arrow after arrow with Naruto cutting them up with his throwing knives. Finally, after running out of arrows, Michael grabbed his short sword from his back and charged at Naruto. Naruto twirled his staff and met the sword with his staff. Naruto pushed back and stayed on the defensive. Michael quickly got frustrated. He kept attacking and attacking, but no cuts were appearing on Naruto and the worst part is that Naruto is not on the offensive yet. Finally, Michael reached his breaking point and yelled in frustration. He did a deep slash, but was met with nothing. The blonde disappeared. Michael looked around the arena till he heard the voice. Prepare for my village secret technique. Many of the campers paled and rubbed their butts. Everyone realizes that Naruto is gonna do that technique. Michael twisted around rapidly until he felt something. He face twisted in agony until he screamed and bounced off like a hawk, holding his butt. 1,000 years of death. Michael continued to scream in pain until he landed in the lake. Every stared for a minute until they all fell down laughing. Hermes and some of Apollo cabins fell down laughing. The girls in every cabin giggled madly. Nico and Percy laughed until tears were in his eyes. Talia was grinning like mad. Annabeth and Bianca trying to hold back their giggles, and Ares' cabin is laughing their butts off. Only the hunters and Dionysus didn't laugh, although they got smiles on their faces. The twin red-headed hunters giggled cutely and Chiron was chuckling softly. Okay. The winner of this fight is Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone cheered, especially his friends and siblings. Soon, his brothers, sisters, and friends carried him up and walked towards the field, leaving a dazed Michael in the water. Later, after some partying and an apology from Lee Fletcher, Apollo cabin counselor, Annabeth dragged Naruto to the forest with Percy, Talia, Bianca, and Grover behind him. As soon as they were far enough, everyone immediately started asking questions, until Naruto stopped them. Okay. One at a time please. Naruto said with a nervous chuckle. Who's first? Annabeth raised her hand. Where did you get armor, Naruto? Annabeth asked, excitement in her voice. Naruto chuckled. He should have expected that question. It was a gift from Athena, Naruto said. She wanted me to wear it since it belonged to one of her former champion. Percy raised his hand next. How does Annabeth know this? Percy asked. Naruto smiled. I told Annie some stories when we were on the run. I tell it to her every night before she went to bed. She was really cute, looking at with those wide, curious eyes and always begged to tell her another. Naruto. Stop. Annabeth cried, said in embarrassment, her face red as a cherry. Or do I have to tell them about Kione back at California? Touché, little Annie, touché. Talia narrowed her eyes at them, but they didn't answer her silent question. Finally, she sighed and asked her question. Okay, now who the heck is Hawk? Naruto, Grover and Annabeth just look at them in bewilderment before shaking their heads sadly. This is a sad Annie. Many people don't know about Hawk. Sad day indeed, Annabeth agreed. Grover bleated in dismay as well. Before Talia could rage at them, Naruto started speaking. Hawk was the son of Haphasetus, known as the champion of Kirkwall. He defeated the Canary, saved the mages, found mountains of gold at the Deep Road, and defeated Knight Commander Meredith. Before anyone could ask any more, Naruto gave them a book. If you want to learn more, read this and it will enlighten. And don't use your dyslexia as an excuse, it's in Greek. The demigod sighed, but nodded. Finally, Bianca raised her hand. When can we train? Bianca asked, a little excited. Naruto smiled. We're gonna train today. Follow me to the woods and we'll start. Naruto then made a clone, much to the surprise of Percy and Bianca, plus Nico's excitement. Naruto pass a sheet to the clone. Pass this sheet to the counselors. Make sure they follow this list, Naruto said. If you need, make more clones so they can do their workout. Anyone above 13 has to do it. If they don't, they're gonna have to spar with me. The clone saluted and walked with Talia, Annabeth, Grover, Percy, and Nico. Naruto then turned to Bianca. Now, let's get training, shall we? Okay, are you ready for the first time of training? After Naruto sent a clone to train the other campers, he and Bianca went deep into the woods so they can train without anyone seeing them. Ninja paranoia. Yes, Bianca said, a little excited and afraid. Any would be excited when they're about to train in the ninja ways. Kids from both worlds. Naruto motioned her to sit down and Bianca did. Let's get to know each other first, so it won't be awkward with each other. Naruto said, I'll go first. My name Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I like ramen, weapons, forging, my family and friends, and training. My dislike is people who betray their friends and or family for power, rapists, perverts, Aphrodite, Hera, Ares, and Zeus. My hobbies are sparring, forging, cooking, reading, hanging out with my friends and hunting. And my dream, well, is to find a true safe haven for all demigods. Bianca looked at him with multiple emotions. She's liking Naruto more and more from what he told her about himself. My turn then, Bianca said. My name is Bianca D'Angelo. My likes are Nico and my mom. My dislikes are perverts, jerks, and having to raise Nico by myself. My hobby is listening to music, and dream is becoming free from responsibility. Bianca smiled at him after the last sentence, which you helped me get. Naruto smiled back at her. Okay. The first lesson is to focus your chakra. Even though you have it, doesn't mean you can already control it, Naruto lectured. You need to hone it before you can try to use it. Otherwise it might end badly depending on the jutsu you use. Bianca nodded in understanding, absorbing everything she can. Okay. You ready? Bianca nodded once again. Good, now close your eyes. Breathe in and breathe out. Shut down all your senses. No one is here but you. Repeat that in your head. Bianca did all that, breathing in, closing her eyes, and shutting down her senses. She did those things in the exact order until she felt the same power. The same one Naruto gave her. I'm sensing Naruto, Bianca said in an excited voice. Naruto smiled. This girl is a fast learner, much like Annabeth, that for sure. His eyes widened when he saw the chakra she has in her, but shook out of his surprise. She's one of the big 3 children, so of course she would be strong. Good. Now try to focus on that energy and control it. Make it do your bidding, Naruto said. Bianca started targeting the energy in her body and trying to control it. It's easier said than done. Bianca started sweating a little when she started straining a little when the chakra began going wild a little. This is like trying to control Nico when he's in a sugar rush. But still, she's determined to do this. She's not gonna give up just like that. Naruto believes that she can become a shinobi and she won't lose his faith in her. Finally, after 15 she got her chakra in her control. She panted and panted after letting go of the strain in her muscles. Naruto smiled at her with pride, making her heart flutter a little. Good job Bianca. You completed the first step in 15 minutes. That's fast as Annabeth and Talia did. Now, for our next lesson. Tree climbing. Naruto helped her up and begin the next step. Training field. The camper's training regimen is what you would call hell. When Naruto said you were going to train, he wasn't kidding. Various campers are doing different things. From sword fights, to hand-to-hand combat, to exercises that would make a pro wrestler sweat. Come on you maggots. Show me some steam coming out of you. My grandmothers can do better than you, mortal ones and godly ones. Naruto roared out to everyone. Some of Apollo kids are doing hundreds of push-ups with one hand. Some of Ares kids are running up a hill holding up heavy bags on top of them. And Hermes kids are running laps with chakra braces, that weigh 300 pounds. This is the usual training regimen Camp Half-Blood when Naruto is here. I gonna break an arm, Lee strained, pushing up and down. Some idiot from Ares' cabin said the Naruto original training regimen is too easy and can do it with one hand behind his back, so Naruto made the exercises harder. He cursed Mark for opening his big mouth. Now, they in this Tartarus-induced torture. Speaking of Mark, he's currently sprinting at the highest hill with one hand behind his back and a bunch of angry nymphs on his tails. How he anger them? Well, let's just say that Naruto showed them a certain perverted book that Mark was hiding in his bed. And that book was filled with wood nymphs. Meaningless to say, the nymphs are bloodthirsty now. Meanwhile some of Athena kids and Ares kids are sword fighting with Naruto. Well, not sword fighting, more like a beatdown that the teens are facing. Naruto is a ruthless teacher. One of the clones crossed his sword with one of Ares' kids and slid it out of his hands. He then held up the sword at the teen's neck. Your reflexes need to become faster. You rely too much on your strength and not enough on speed or agility. Strengthen up your left hand and practice with the sword with your right hand more. The Ares kid nodded. He would have argued, but Naruto knew more than anybody about fighting. He's been fighting since he was 4. Others kids are practicing hand-to-hand combat with Naruto, various techniques from the ninja world. A mixture of Ares, Athena, Haphasetus, and Hermes' cabin are in that training regimen and was getting their butt beaten down by Naruto. Strengthen your kicks, curve your arms a little more, and Naruto then disappear and kick the Athena child he's been fighting with under the legs, making the child fall down. Never let your guard down. The Demeter and Aphrodite cabin are practicing kunai and shuriken throwing.
Some of the Aphrodite kids wanted to do it, but others had to be bribed. With the few boys hair gel and cologne. With the girls, he said he would fight shirtless at capture the flags. Even though he hates Aphrodite because he cheated on his dad, doesn't mean that he hates her other children. Though he is still a bit miffed at Drew for trying to charm him into being her boyfriend. One of the clones saw Katie struggling to throw the kunai and moved to help her out.
Katie. You got to get your feet separate and your arms bend crossway. Don't think too much on it and just do it. Katie did everything Naruto instructed and made a perfect shot. Katie beam at Naruto and hug him. Thanks Naruto. You're welcome little sis. Another clone is teaching the kids, including Nico, about Greek mythology and some of the Dragon Age mythology with Annabeth and Selena. They decided to tell them the history of the champions since most of the campers didn't know. The only ones that did know was Naruto, Annabeth, Selena, Katie, Chiron, Grover, the gods and goddesses, and all the satyrs and nymphs. Right now, he is telling them about the Blight. King Kalian led the biggest army led in Ferelden to fight the Darkspawn Horde, with the Grey Wardens by his side. But it was all for naught as he was betrayed by his most trusted general. The kids started shouting in outrage when they heard. Annabeth and Selena continued for him. The Horde marched into Ferelden and started killing everyone in sight. Civilians, mages, soldiers, everyone. The champion's family barely escaped in time. While they are reading, Clarice and Talia are getting ready to spar with yet another clone. Naruto wanted to see if they improve in their skills in the spear, so he brought out Cylinder, named Kasai, means fire, and change it into a spear. Okay you two. Let's see how far you two have gotten, Naruto said smirking. The two girls grin and charge at Naruto with their spears raised. Naruto parried the two charges and sent them stumbling behind him. He turned with the same smirk, too predictable you two. Come on I know you can do better. The two got annoyed by that and did the same thing. Naruto shook his head and was about to block until he got caught by surprise. Talia stabbed under while Clarice aimed at his head. Naruto, wanting to protect his third leg, blocked Talia's spear and moved his head to the side to dodge Clarice's spear. He stepped back from them and held his spear in defensive position. Not bad, Naruto said, but you have to do better than that to make me even sweat. The girls are planning to. They have no delusion in defeating him since Naruto is the more experienced out of every demigod, but that doesn't mean they couldn't try to hit him. Talia slammed her spear down, making an electric current on the front, but Naruto jumped up to avoid being fried. Clarice got on Talia's back and jumped up, before throwing the spear at Naruto. The blonde got prepared though and spun to dodge the spear and throw it back at Clarice. Clarice manages to grab it before it could stab her in the neck, but force her to slide backwards a little. Naruto got down and charged at the two. Talia did the same with Clarice not far behind. The three started clashing and parrying each other looking for a weak spot. Naruto managed to find one when the three clash against each other, Clarice and Talia's spear pushing on the top and bottom part of Naruto's spear. Before they could get an edge, Naruto pushed down the spear making the two spin and land on the ground, the wind knocked out of their chest. I win, Naruto said, but then saw a wound on his shoulder. Look like you two finally wound me you two. Congratulations. Naruto helped Talia up, then Clarice. The two grin when they saw the wound. Yeah. The two cheered, high-fiving each other. The two finally wounded Naruto after all these years. They were extremely happy about that, even though it was just a clone. The two saw the real Naruto and Bianca walking towards them. Bianca looked ruffled up and soaked. The clone poofed out, giving the information to the real Naruto. Congratulations you two. You finally wounded me, even if it was a clone. Talia grinned while Clarice smiled. The two felt good when Naruto praised them since he is stronger than anybody in the camp. Talia then turned to Bianca. I'm guessing she was training in tree climbing and water walking. Naruto nodded and Bianca winced, cracking her back a little. Those were some hard falls. Yeah, she took about half an hour to get the tree climbing done and another half to do water walking. Luckily, she had a teacher who got same amount of chakra as her, if not more. Naruto said. It would have taken Bianca all day to do those things if not for that. Yeah, good thing, otherwise I would have broken my back, Bianca said, sighing in relief that she had Naruto as a teacher. Then she looked at Naruto. Where is Nico? He's with the other children, Naruto said, pointing at the group of kids with his clone, Annabeth, and Selena telling stories to them. My clone is telling them a story about the Dragon Age. Bianca nodded in understanding. Suddenly everyone heard a pain cry and everyone turned to see a figure flying through the field and crashing through the group. The only that wasn't surprise was Naruto. Look like Percy is getting beaten down, Naruto said, chuckling a little. Then he got the clone that was training Percy memory and is now clutching his nuts in pain. Talia, Annabeth, Charles, Clarice, Katie, and Selena went up to him, worried. The stalls was stifling a laugh before Clarice glared at them for even thinking about laughing at this. What happened? Annabeth asked everyone main question. Naruto wheezed in pain a little, till he looked up at Annabeth from his place. Remember when I told you guys that clones can give you the memories of what happened in their end? Naruto strained out. Everyone that had shinobi training, including Medalis, nodded. Sorry. I forgot to mention that Medalis received the same training as well. Well, I just got a painful memory from my clone. Moments earlier. How did he get into this? How did he enter this hell in dose training? Oh yeah. Because Naruto thinks that he need to get more skilled in something else than just his sword. Even though he tried to tell them that he just need his sword and that he won't lose it. But Annabeth had to tell him about the day with the Canadians, and how he couldn't use his sword because his shorts didn't have pockets. Now, he is training Naruto in hand-to-hand combat for nearly an hour and is bruised, sweaty, and tired. Looking at Naruto, he saw that he didn't even make him sweat. He can break a horn off a minotaur, but he couldn't get one hit? Need a break, squid head? Naruto called out from his place. That was name he came up for Percy. Like Annabeth call him Seaweed Brain and Talia call him Kelphead. Now, Naruto is calling Squidhead. No, I can fight some more, Percy said, not willing to give up just yet. Just one punch and he'll be able to relax all he wanted. Naruto shrugged and charged at him. Percy waited for him to get closer and closer. Just one punch. One punch, damn it. Then, without warning, Percy swung his arm and hit him. Right in the nuts. Naruto stepped back and clutched his ball painfully, while Percy just stood there, stunned. He hit Naruto. He just hit Naruto. A smile went up face, going higher and higher, until he finally whooped in joy. His whooping stopped when he felt the intense killing intent in the air as strong as Hades' presence. He slowly turned around to see Naruto's arms and legs in flames. Said person is glaring at him with literal fire in his eyes. You. Naruto whispered in a deadly voice that can make the big three wet their pants. The fire increased and he got into taijutsu stance, just messed with fire, Percy gulped. He's dead. Dynamic entry. Bang. Present. Everyone in the field wins either for Percy or Naruto. Both of those things are really painful. Some of the unfortunate people experience the fire entry kick. Mainly Apollo, Hermes, and Ares' cabin. Hermes and Apollo because of the pranks. Ares because of their arrogance. Stupid seaweed brain, Annabeth said, scowling and face palming at the same time. When I get my hands on him. No worry Annabeth, Naruto said, healing up quickly. Thank you Uzumaki DNA, we can think of prank to do to him later. Right now, let's go to the big house. There's a meeting we need to go to anyways. Everyone nodded and some of the shinobi demigods, Talia, Clarice, the stalls, and Annabeth, smirk evilly, thinking of the pranks they can pull. Many step back in fear. One of them pranking is bad enough, two or all of them. Feel sympathy for the poor soul that angered them. Big house. Everyone is in the big house, waiting for Chiron so they could plan for capture the flag. Travis and Connor are talking rapidly about the pranks they can pull with Naruto. Annabeth and Talia planning the prank they will pull on Percy for kicking Naruto in the balls. Seeing Naruto after years of him missing, they won't allow anyone to hurt them, but themselves and the other girls. Selena is talking to Katie and Bianca about ways to throw shuriken. Lee is trying to get some rest from that hellish training. Percy is doing the same as well, all healed up, but still tired. And Clarice and Naruto are talking about the kinds of weapons. Finally, Chiron came in and clamped his hooves. Okay counselors, we are here to talk strategy on how to defeat the hunters of Artemis. He dropped his serious and looked pleadingly at everyone. He might have gotten on his knees if he wasn't half horse. Does anyone have a plan? Anything? Well, I got something, Naruto said, and everyone turned to him. Everyone, except Percy and Bianca, got at his face and practically yelled, tell us. Even Chiron did it. Naruto, Bianca and Percy sweat drop at that. The hunters must have never lost. Okay. First, get off. Naruto yelled and everyone got off and rubbed their heads a little sheepish at how they reacted. Okay now, we need Annabeth as one of the leaders since she got a good head on her and won't let her emotion gain control of her. Annabeth blushed at the praise, making Percy make a fist, then she looked up in confusion. Wait. What do you mean one of the leaders? Annabeth asked. Why not just have one leader, instead of many? Because I found a flaw in your plan. You always make the same predictable plan, making the hunters fight easier. You didn't make a new plan or at least make changes. Many face-palmed or blushed at that. What he said is correct. Also, one leader can't lead all the campers. You would need various people to lead them. The people nodded in understanding. Okay, there will be 4 ring leaders since there are 8 cabins. Each leader will lead 2 cabins. The first group is Aphrodite and Ares' cabin led by Clarice. Clarice nodded and smiled. She's not going to disappoint Naruto. Athena and Hephaestus' cabin will be led by Annabeth. Annabeth nodded as well. Demeter and Dionysus will be led by Talia. Said girl grinned in excitement. Apollo and Hermes' cabin will be led by Percy. Wait a minute. Why me? Percy asked, confused. Why would Naruto want him to become the leader of one of the groups? People would have that he would choose someone familiar to lead. Because Squidhead, even though you rely on luck and your sword, from what Annabeth told me you are a natural-born leader. I want to put that to the test. Percy nodded, not saying anything else. Any objections? No one raised their hands, since Naruto is a good planner, better than Athena cabin. Good. Then let's prepare to win this time. Everyone cheered. For the first time, they have a possibility of winning. And Naruto started out laying the strategy to everyone for 15 minutes. The counselors were listening in Naruto's plan, adding a few things so won't be a gap in the plan. Even Percy added some things in the plan. After the last detail been put in, they all went to the cabin to explain to their siblings what the plan is and to prepare. Pretty soon, capture the flags started. All of the campers, except for the children, are there stretching or testing their weapons. Naruto is twirling his spear around with his shirt off, leaning on the tree. The Aphrodite girls drooled at the sight while many of the other girls blushed, mainly Talia, Annabeth, Selena, and Clarice. Even the hunters got a mild blush on their faces, mainly because they actually like the blonde out of all of the males in the world, as a friend of course. Sibling feelings for the one he rescued, like Lily and Rose. Zoe is blushing the most out of all the hunters. Katie saw the looks and shook her head. Selena, Clarice, Annabeth, and Talia told her their feelings for them, individually of course. There's no telling what would happen if the 4 figure out that they all had feelings for the same blonde. For her, she just sees Naruto as her brother. He always treated her like an older brother would and she quickly had some sibling love for him. She saw most of the guys green with envy. Especially the Apollo children, and she also saw Percy clench his white fist, making her giggle. Percy got a crush on Annabeth so bad. Heroes. Chiron called, getting everyone's attention. You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. Red team, Camp Half-Blood, shall take the West Woods. Blue team, Hunters of Artemis, shall take the East Woods. I will serve as referee and medic. No maiming, please. All magic items are allowed. To your positions. The campers started jumping tree through tree, even ones who just started learning it while the Artemis hunters ran in the woods. All of the campers made it to their position to see a giant hole at the bottom. Naruto grinned. My plan is starting out well, he said. His plan is simple. Apollo and Hermes' cabin, led by Percy, is going to jump across the trees while Demeter and Dionysus' cabin, led by Talia, is going in that hole which made like a tunnel. Dionysus' cabin consists of 10 of his kids thanks to Naruto, who rescued them from abuse or monsters. Dionysus was very happy those years. Naruto will take a small team made of Charles, Katie, Selena, Bianca and Medalis with Ares and Aphrodite cabin, led by Clarice going with them. The love kids want a piece at those hunters for mocking love, and Athena and Hephaestus cabin will guard the flag, since they are the most effective in guarding. Everyone will be in radio contact to inform the others of their status. Naruto, are you sure this is going to work? Annabeth asked, a little doubt in her voice. The hunters won 50 times in a row and they were never close in beating them. Plus, Naruto company helped tone down her hubris since it was a dangerous flaw for her. Naruto smiled confidently at her, making her blush heavily and her heart fluttering. His smile can warm the hearts of even the coldest of people. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and stared at her straight in the eyes, making her blush even more when she saw those usually colorful eyes that are now light blue that is full of warmth and kindness. Only Naruto can make her feel like this.
Don't worry, Annabeth, we can win this one. We got the most excellent plan and the best leaders, Naruto said. Remember what I said years ago. As long as you have confidence, nothing can stop you. Annabeth smiled and hugged him greatly. Naruto knows when to say the best things when there's the need. He's right. They can win this. Unnoticed by her, Percy frowned and looked away from what he had seen, putting his armor on. Why couldn't he make her feel like that? He thought with jealousy. Percy forgot about his jealousy when they set position. Percy's group ready to climb, Talia's group ready to jump in the tunnel, Clarissa's group and Naruto's small team ready to run, and Annabeth's group on guard. Every leader smiled at one another before they heard the horn. Begin. Mount Olympus. Unknown to the campers and hunters, the gods and goddesses, minus Artemis, are watching the battle on the mist. Almost every minor god is watching this battle of the campers versus hunters. Usually, only few of them would be interested in it since Artemis won every time. But Naruto is on the scene and they all heard legends of the blonde. So now, everyone is watching with the Olympians at their thrones in the meeting room. Man, I can't wait for this fight. This will be awesome, Hermes exclaimed, holding a bag of popcorn. He met Naruto when was with Annabeth, Luke, and Talia. It was only a brief meeting, but Hermes already liked the kid. Even more so when he rescued Travis and Connor from a bunch of Laestrygonians and saved Luke at the Hercules quest. Poseidon nodded in agreement. I usually don't watch this fight since the hunters always win, but this should be good. I heard how Naruto fight and I'm interested in his skills. Then he sighed in disappointment. If only he wasn't a champion of the owl head. The owl head glared at him when she heard that. Sorry to burst bubble Poseidon, but I like my champion. Athena said, he's got intelligence, cunning, and skills, something I like in my champions, so your wish won't be granted soon. He's even better than Odysseus. Poseidon rolled his eyes at that. Sounds like you have a crush on him, Owlhead, Poseidon said in a sarcastic voice. Athena blushed a little, making Poseidon widen his eyes then grin. You do have a crush on him, don't you? This is like the Theseus thing, is it? Athena blushed even more and started denying it while Poseidon teased her even more. Oh, shut it, you two. You both sound like children, Hades said in annoyance, causing Poseidon to pout and Athena to blush at her childish action. I want to see what my daughter can do. Hades heard the Hephaestus son. Naruto is training her to defend herself. He's grateful for that since Bianca can defend herself and he might train Nico as well. Now, he will see what she can do. The Olympians soon saw Naruto getting to the mass of campers, shirtless. Like the girls in Camp Half-Blood, the Olympians' women have major blushes on their face seeing the bare chest on the blonde. For Aphrodite, she's ogling the blonde. He looks even better than the gods. Even Hera got a light blush on her face. The gods saw this and glare at the blonde, except for Hephaestus. The man just sighed and shook his head. His son attracts many women, mortal girls, demigoddesses, and goddesses alike. I mean, Kione is stalking the blonde for 5 years, much to his exasperation. That woman just don't give up. Oh my, such a good-looking man, Aphrodite said with a giggle. I may have to visit him one day. When Hephaestus heard that, he growled in anger, for 2 reasons. 1, she's planning to bed his son. And 2, she's gonna cheat on him again. There is only so much a person could take when their husband cheats on more than person. Especially for a god or goddess. Look at his mother. The thought of his mother made him even more angrier, when eventually he snapped. Aphrodite, if you dare touch my son, I will burn you till you won't look attractive to any man for a century. Hephaestus in pure rage. Everyone is shocked that Hephaestus yelled, since the man is the calmest out of all the gods, even Hades. He never yelled at anyone, not even at his wife or mother. Aphrodite is shocked the most. Ares was gonna cut Hephaestus down with a sword, but he stopped when saw his mom's glare. Ares, sit back down on your butt, now. Hera growled. Ares paled and sat down. Out of all the Olympians, Hera scared him the most. His mother is more powerful than him, so she could lock him up with a room full of flowers and fluffy animals, his powers taken away. It actually happened once, much to his horror. He wasn't the same for 50 years. So he listened to his mother out of fear, not that he would admit it. Hera sent a smile at her favorite son, but her son turned away from her. She sighed, feeling sadness once again. Why doesn't he love her? Why doesn't he act a son would to her mother? She didn't understand. Aphrodite stayed quiet and sat down, trying to think on her husband's reaction. He didn't get angry before on all her other affairs, so why now? Is it because it's his favorite son she's thinking of betting? Or is it something else? After a few minutes of silence, they heard the campers run to their position and Zeus cough a little to break the silence. So let's watch the fight, shall we? All the Olympians nodded and sat back and watched. Hestia watched with interest and a smile as she saw the blonde encouraging his close friend. She's been observing him for the past years when she discovered him. How he treats his friends and family, his kindness towards others, and his courage to help anyone that is in danger. She grew fonder and fonder of him as time passed, and she held great affection towards the blonde shinobi. Pretty soon, the campers got ready and went in position while the gods stayed silent to enjoy the match. Camp Half-Blood. Ready, Chiron called out, waving his flag up. All the campers tensed, ready for anything and eager to get started. The hunters are tensed as well. Even though they won for 50 years, doesn't mean they'll relax. Always stay alert and vigilant. The younger kids are cheering on for their siblings, especially Nico, who is whooping for both his sister and Naruto. Begin. And just like that, everyone began. Talia's team got under the holes and started running to their locations. Percy's team started climbing up the trees silently and jumped from tree to their position. And Naruto's squad and Clarissa's team started running. Annabeth's team spread out and waited for the hunters, ready to fight. Naruto and Clarissa's team continue running with their large stamina. None of them look even a little fatigued. All of them been running for years because of Naruto's torture training, making have a lot of stamina, with Naruto having never-ending stamina. Pretty soon, Naruto sensed a few scouts in the area and stopped the group with his hands. There are 3 scouts in the area, all armed with bows and a knife. Naruto said, using his sensing skills, Charles, Medalist, take out the first one at the left. Katie, Selena, take the one at the right. Bianca, with me. The team nodded and separated to eliminate their targets. Selena and Katie went up the trees and saw the 3 hunters there. The hunters look vigilante, using all their senses to alarm them of anyone over here. Luckily for Katie and Selena, they disguised their scents with wild cherries. The 2 look at each and grin in confidence. The 2 grab Senbon needles that are thin enough to be silent and can stun the target. They waited till they passed them, then threw the Senbons at all of them. We've taken care of our targets. There are. The hunters in question felt a prick on their necks. They ignored it, thinking it was a mosquito, and kept walking with silent footsteps. After a few minutes, they felt drowsy and tried to shake the feeling, only for it not to work. They felt drowsier and drowsier till they finally fell on their sides, asleep. The 2 girls that did that to them grinned and high-fived each other. Meanwhile, with Charles and Medalist, they hid under the ground to surprise the hunters. They waited for a few minutes, with great patience, till they felt footsteps on them and sprung their trap. The hunters cried out in surprise when they felt a pull on their ankles. They closed their eyes in instinct and opened them after a few minutes, when they saw their body in the ground. They cried out in shock, also trying to call the hunters for help, till they heard a voice. Don't bother, I put up a chakra seal that prevent noises from coming out. The 2 hunters look up to see the 2 children of Haphasetus above them. Charles is smirking while Medalist is grinning. The hunters turn red in rage quickly after realizing what happened. Release at once, male, and won't consider chopping your balls off. One of the hunters exclaimed. Charles only smirked in amusement, enraging them further. I don't think so. This'll make sure you don't report anything you might have found out and keep you from finding out anything. Charles said, still holding that amusing smirk. Then Medalist starts talking. Just stay and get comfortable. Someone will get you out after the games. The 2 left, leaving some piss-off hunters in their wake. We got the second team down, Charles reported on the radio. Now, just 1 more to go. Speaking of the 1 more, Naruto and Bianca are hiding behind the trees to see that the 2 hunters are Lily and Rose. Naruto pursue his lips. Why did Zoe send those 2? Even though they are stronger than they look, because of Artemis' blessing and some training, they are still too young and inexperienced. Any Athena child can defeat those 2 in a battle. Zoe must have thought that they would go straight for the flags and wouldn't sense the trackers. She forgot that there is a ninja with them and with trained demigods at his side. Naruto pulled out his firewood bow while Bianca pulled out her U bow, both pulling out sleeping gas arrows. Okay Bianca, on the count of 3, we'll aim at the count of 3. 1. They pull their arrows back, prepared to shoot at a moment notice. 2. The two waited, like an archer waiting for its target. 3. They let go of the bow when the two girls got close enough and it landed between their feet. It immediately let out the gas on the girls. They heard coughing, groaning, and then 2 slumps. The gas clears, showing the 2 girls sleeping peacefully. My targets are eliminated. Going back to you now, Naruto said, then turned to Bianca and smiled. That was a great shot Bianca. Keep working on it and you can shoot like the hunters. Bianca blushed at the praise and smiled a little. They run to Clarice's group so they can keep going. After everyone regrouped, they continue on their track. Percy's group. Percy's group is halfway there to their targeted area. For them, the plan is to wait for the signal from Naruto and attack from above. Hermes' cabin will jump on top of them while Apollo cabin will shoot arrows among arrows. That's their part. Travis and Connor will be in the front with Percy since they are trackers among the group. Travis and Connor made a signal motion to stop, so the whole camp did. There are 3 scouts in the area, all in a single knit group. Connor said to the others. So what do we do? Percy asked. The 2 Stoll brothers grinned mischievously, making the ones that aren't Hermes' children shiver in fear. They feel sympathy for those 3 hunters. What all Hermes' children would do, Travis said, and Connor grabbed a few gas bombs. Prank them till they drop both kinds of ways. Correction, they really felt sorry for those hunters. Travis and Connor jumped to their locations and saw 3 hunters, one of them that is built like a tank. Connor and Travis grinned at each and threw the gas bombs. The hunters stopped, seeing 2 red balls before it exploded into gas. The gas evaporated after a few minutes to reveal 2 hunters. Hey, where'd the other one go? Travis said, and Connor shrugged. They both gone down to see where the leader was at, looking around the place. They both stopped when they felt a hand on both their shoulders and stiffened. Looking for me, a girl voice said. The 2 pale and slowly turned to see the big tank-like hunter behind them. They didn't think they could scream so high before or so loud. Percy stopped twiddling his pen when he heard the scream and uncapped his sword. The stalls sounds like they're in deep trouble and Percy gonna help out. Well, Lee, follow me. The 2 campers nodded and pull out their bows before following Percy. The 3 campers hopped along the trees, then stopped to see a hunter beating the crap out of the stalls. Okay, distract her with arrows while I get behind her to knock her out. Percy said, and the 2 nodded. Percy jumped behind the hunter silently and waited for arrows to be shot. The 2 delivered on their promises and shot 4's arrows, making the girl stop her beating and dodge the arrows. She didn't notice Percy getting behind before it was too late and got knocked out by the hilt of his sword.
You 2 okay? Percy asked, holding out both hands for the 2 of them. The 2 of them took the hands gratefully and winced, feeling the pain of that beating. Yeah, we're okay. Just sore from the beating. Connor said, grumbling a little while he stretched his back. We can still run from here and fight. Travis and stretch his back as well, string a few curses along the way. Percy nodded and the 5 went back to the group. When they made it back, Percy picked up the radio. This is Percy speaking. He started out, we got sidetracked from a couple of scouts and the Stoll brothers. Getting beaten the crap out of them by a large one, said brothers glare at him for telling them that, but Percy ignore it, we're about to go back and move again, so don't worry. Percy waited for a bit, before he heard Naruto talking. Must have been my sister, Phoebe. She is the largest and toughest out of all my sisters. Something happened with her and a Hermes child years ago in 1920, don't ask. It's her business to tell you. So she sometimes takes it out on the Hermes children unintentionally. Percy nodded in understanding, while the Stalls cursed their brother for making that huntress beat the crap out of them. The team kept moving through the woods, closer to their location. Naruto and Clarice's group. Once the surface team got to their locations, Naruto stopped them. They weren't far from hearing distance and sight distance away from the hunters. They're at the location where they can spring their trap. Naruto opened his radio and said, "At my location, waiting." He waited for a few moments before he heard the 2 of them. "I'm at my area, ready to jump at them. I'm under those hunters, eager to surprise them." Naruto grinned and made a few hand signs before saying Earth-style, mud wall. A giant rock wall appeared in front of them, small enough to jump over, but big enough to conceal everyone. Then he did the hidden mist jutsu, which he learned from Zabuza, making a mist all of the forest. Now all we need is someone to push it. But we don't have anyone to push it. Clarice pointed. She is smarter than most people take credit for, but had to act dumb like her brothers and sisters to cover her mask. Naruto smirked that sent shivers up her spine, both the good and bad kind. Why oh why must the blonde make her feel like that? Who said that we are going to push it? The blonde said. The demigods were confused, but Naruto just bit his thumb and did a few hand signs once before saying. Summoning jutsu. Half of the hunters are guarding the flags while the rest are either scouting the woods or going to capture the flag with Zoe. The hunters were vigilant but relaxed since the campers has always lost. But now, since they have yet to hear a report from their scouts, they were getting a little tense. Even more so when they heard the ground rumbling and saw a mist at the field.
You too, one of the hunters, that looks to be the leader, said pointing to two hunters, go check what's happening over there. The two chosen hunters hesitated a little, but nodded and went go check what's happening. It was a few minutes when they heard a roar and two terrified screams. They saw the two hunters running, paled and terrified. They stopped, trembling and hyperventilating.
What? What did you saw you two? The hunter demanded. The two girls just stuttered, trying to come up with words, before fainting in exhaustion and fear. Now, all the hunters are worried and a little scared. They lift their bows and tighten the strings when they heard rumbling. The rumbling got closer and closer until their fears consumed them and shot arrow after arrow to make the monster go away before eventually running out of arrows. Now they are out of arrows, the rumblings keep continuing, and they are deathly afraid, shaking and white as Hades. The rumbling got closer until they saw a boulder? The hunters are confused of this. How did this boulder terrify the two hunters? Was something behind there, pushing it? The answer was question when the boulder was blasted through. Right in front of them is a giant, skeletal, metal-like, T-Rex, in front of them. It roared in front of them and spitted out fire, making them scream in fear for the first time. They've never seen this beast before and is terrified so much, that they didn't hear a boy yell before it was too late. Now guys. The hunters look up to see bunches of demigods jumping off trees and they all grab their knives and whatever arrows they have, forgetting about the fearsome beast. The hunters begin to fight, but the fear of the dinosaur and the surprise of the trap made them sluggish and a few hunters got knocked out. Under them, the ground erupted around them into holes and more demigods appeared. It is beginning to be a real fight for the first camper versus hunter game for the first time. Each camper is fighting in groups of 2 or 3 against one hunter, except Talia and Percy, since they are skilled enough to fight against one of them. Right now Percy is clashing sword and knife with a hunter while Talia is overwhelming another hunter. It wasn't enough to defeat the hunters, but reinforcement arrived with Naruto's team coming from behind the dinosaur or jumping above the walls. Now, it was 4 to 5 campers versus 1 hunter. Katie and Selena are working together in fighting one. Bekwundorf is fighting with his sword against another one. Medalis is using a spear against one of them, and Naruto is running to the flag, with knocking a few hunters out. He jumped up to the boulder the flag was at and swung his spear, knocking out a hunter on his left and kicked the feet of another hunter on his right, then knock her out with the bottom of his spear. Then he grabbed the flag and called out to Talia. Hey Thale-chan, I got the flag. Naruto said. Hold out the others for me while I get to checkpoint. Charles, you're in charge of my group. Charles nodded briefly before getting back fighting with his opponent and Talia grin in acknowledge while pushing back a hunter with her spear. Naruto then jumped up high and landed. He held out his spear and the dinosaur roar with fire coming out again, before going to their position. Naruto grinned while on his animation. The campers are going to win this time. He can feel it. He can bet on it, since he got the goddess of luck on his side. Zoe and her team are currently a few minutes away from the camp flag. Their plan was simple. Break from her group and get the flag without the campers noticing. It worked 50 times in the past, so they're sure it can work again. When got to the checkpoint, they saw no camper. The hunters blinked, then blinked again. Finally, they laughed at this situation. They left no one to guard the flag. One of the hunters laughed out. How stupid can someone be? Out of all the games, this would be the easiest one yet. Obviously some male made that plan. Another hunter laughed out. Zoe nodded and was about to grab it when she heard a shout of attack. The hunters immediately got on guard and Annabeth's team attacked the hunters. The hunters could barely defend themselves from this, but managed to fight. Zoe got out of the fight, but saw Naruto and Annabeth in front of her. "Sorry Zoe-chan, but you had to pass through us to get the flag," Naruto said with a smirk. Annabeth nodded in agreement and brought out a kunai. Zoe frowned. She can't underestimate the blonde since he could match up against Artemis in a fight. So knowing that, she got 2 knives out since her arrows will be useless against him and charged at the 2. Naruto and Annabeth charge with both having kunais and fight with Zoe. It was hand fighting mixed with hand-to-hand combat. Zoe used her knives for defense while using her feet to fight. Naruto grabbed her leg when she was about to kick and flipped her. Zoe backflipped and charged at the 2 again. She clashed her knife with Annabeth's kunai and also tried to kick the blonde under. Naruto flipped and about to hit her in the back, but she managed to twist and dodge, making the 2 stumble. They managed to get on their feet and turn to Zoe, who was frowning at them. "Naruto, why aren't you fighting seriously?" Zoe said. "Your style is not like that and would fight at the top of your abilities." The 2 blondes smirk, making her even more confused and frustrated. Why aren't taking her seriously? She's the lieutenant of the hunt, damn it. Naruto grinned at her fully, "Because my dear hunter, our goal wasn't to beat you. Our goal was to stall you," Annabeth said. Zoe was confused by that until she heard a roar from the forest. Everyone turned to the direction of the roar and stopped fighting to see a metal skeletal dinosaur coming out with Naruto on top of the monster. Everyone's eyes widened and some hunters and campers screamed in fear. But Zoe didn't focus that. She was focused on the fact that Naruto was on top of it. If Naruto was on that thing, then who? Her eyes widened and she turned to see Naruto glowing red and Annabeth gone. She was about to move, but it was too late. The blonde demigod exploded and sent Zoe flying. She landed on the grass floor, winded and bruised from the explosion. "Annabeth catch!" Naruto yelled, throwing the flag up high. Annabeth jumped up and caught the flag, giving victory to Camp Half-Blood for the very first time in a long time. "Camp Half-Blood!" Chiron yelled in an ecstatic voice, crying in tears of joy. The campers cheered the loudest than they ever did, and if it wasn't for the barrier, New York would have heard. The campers came up together, hugging their siblings or friends, throwing their weapons in the air, their blunt "so don't worry." The whole camp went insane with happiness. Talia, Clarice, Selena, Bianca, and Annabeth. Then they noticed that he is still shirtless and let go, blushing heavily. Katie giggled at how the girls acted and hugged Naruto, not caring if he's naked above the torso. Naruto smiled and hugged his little sister back. Then he let go and walked to Zoe, who's still looking dazed. Meanwhile, the remaining hunters that are conscious or was just getting up were in shock and disbelief. They just lost capture the flag for the first time in years. They found a few knocked out, some in traps, and 2 of them buried with their head in the surface. Zoe got out of her dazed feeling when Naruto got in front of her and held out his hand. "Good job Zoe. Though don't underestimate us next time. That's how you lost so easily." Naruto said, "You didn't expect what would happen and presumed that we would use the same strategy. You have forgotten that I was there." Zoe blushed and mentally cursed herself for that blunder, but she appreciated Naruto's words. If it was any other man, she would have thought he was being arrogant and would kick them under their legs. But this was Naruto. She known him for 3 years and never told a lie or told any of their secret. He was never perverted. In fact, he hated perverts as much as her and Artemis. He is one of the rare good men in the world. She took the offer hand and got up. She blushed when she saw his bare chest up close and looked away quickly, making sure Naruto didn't notice. But unfortunately he did. "Hey Zoe, your face is red. Are you okay?" Naruto asked in concern. Zoe blushed harder at the fact he caught her, but felt her heart flutter hearing his concern. She had not felt that way ever since she helped that man. She shook her head, to get the image out and to answer Naruto's question. "And no, I'm fine. It's not anything bad," Zoe said, stuttering a little. She mentally cursed herself for stuttering and acting like a girl that is near her crush. "Are you sure?" Naruto asked, then put his hand on her forehead. "Let me check your temperature, just to make sure." He got a little, making her beet red and almost let out an eep. But stop herself. She gonna keep some dignity as a hunter. In the background, everyone is seeing this cute scene. The hunters look amused at the scene. They all knew of Zoe's feeling for the boy and some are betting who is gonna break their vow. Artemis or Zoe. The guys in the background are all shocked and gobsmacked. Naruto is making a hunter blushing. Blushing. Some of the guys tried to flirt with the hunters, but end up with arrows sticking up their butts, especially Apollo's cabin. And the girls? Well, let's just say that there is a lot of feminine fury coming out. It broke some the guys' shock expression and cower against the killing intent. Even though it's not pointing at them, it's still scary to feel so much intent from them. Most of them are glaring at the hunter out of jealousy or are overprotective, possessive of their brother. Athena's and Hephaestus's little girls, Talia, Selena, Clarice, and Annabeth has the worst glares and are holding their weapon. The only ones who are not glaring is Katie, Medalis, and the little girls in the other cabins. Both of them are rolling their eyes at Naruto's dense personality and the girls' jealousy, protectiveness, or possessiveness. Talia was about to get them away from each till everyone turned around to see the oracle walking. Everyone turned and either gasped, got wide eyes, let their mouths drop, or all the above. The oracle never came out and certainly never moved. The oracle has never came out of attic before, Chiron said in awe and fear. It stopped, staring directly at Naruto, and in the blonde eyes, it split into 4 people. The third Hokage and the Sannin. Naruto's eyes widen. He hadn't seen 4 of them in a decade and one of them is dead. How did the oracle know about his temporary sensei, grandfather figure, his anti-figure, and one of his enemies? 7 shall go save the goddess in chains, Hiruzen said, 5 shall fight in the land without rain. Then Orochimaru started talking. The bane of Olympus shows the trail. Campers and hunters combined prevail. Jiraiya came next. The champion shall face his past, and the heroes shall face the sandcast. And Tsunade came last. The Titan's curse one must withstand, and one will burn the Titan's land. The images disappeared and the oracle collapsed. Everyone stared at it in shock, not moving an inch. Chiron shook his head, getting out of and blew his horn. Counselors, to the big house. Everyone then got of their shock and went to the big house to talk about the quest. Mount Olympus. The gods were getting impressed at what they are seeing. Naruto made a well-developed plan. Attack from all sides and attack where they least expect it. Amazing. Even Apollo and Ares are impressed, though they will not admit to anyone. Aphrodite and Demeter cheered for Katie and Selena when they attacked the hunters. Hephaestus and Hades smiled when they saw their children beat the hunters quick and swiftly. Hermes cheered on for his boys, but sighed when he saw Phoebe breaking them. Why oh why had Peter broken the girl's heart? Now his children are suffering for it whenever they meet Phoebe. He thanked Poseidon repeatedly when his son saved both of his own. They saw Naruto's ability and they were at awe at what he could do. Everyone but Zeus, that is. The king god frowned at this. If this boy can do that many powers, who knows what the others in the other world would do? Would they try to overthrow him? What if the boy told these shinobi and decide to attack? He need to make sure the boy is taken care of. The gods and goddesses' eyes widened when they saw the T-Rex. The ones that isn't shocked were Hephaestus and Athena. Everyone turned to them when they saw that they didn't look shocked at all. Zeus glared at them, his usual temper flowing up, but Athena and Hephaestus aren't affected. They were used to it. You know? The king god thundered out, literally and metaphorically. You knew that the boy had that powerful animation and didn't tell me. Hephaestus stared at his father, his eyes defiant. Yes, father. Hephaestus answered calmly. No use in telling a lie. I did know that Naruto had it. The animation thought Naruto is worthy of him and became bonded to him. I didn't tell you because you would try to kill him. Of course I will. Zeus roared, ignoring the glares he's receiving. That boy is too dangerous to be alive. For those powers, now the animation? He cannot be allowed to live. No. Hephaestus yelled out, his hand, legs, and beard turning on fire. You will not kill my favorite son. He has done many things for us, including protecting your daughter. If you try to kill him, I will go to war with you. Zeus narrowed his eyes on his son. You dare threaten me? Zeus asked quietly. No one ever threatens him. He's the king of Olympus, the defeater of Kronos. No one can stand against him. Hephaestus' fire got brighter. He is not scared of his father. When it comes to his children, he will not let any god harm him. It's not a threat, father. It's a promise. He whispered. Everyone is shocked and a little scared at how he's reacting. But in Aphrodite's case, she's a bit aroused by it. Athena saw the look Hephaestus' wife is giving and she shook her head. The shallow goddess. She stood up to stand by her step-brother. I'm with my step-brother Zeus, Athena said, narrow her gray critical orbs on him. You will not lay a single hand on my champion. He helped many of my children and I will not let him get killed because of your arrogance and paranoia. Zeus turned red with rage. Even his favorite godly daughter? Suddenly, Demeter stands up, I'm with them as well. He saved many of her children, including Katie. He gave her favorite daughter and gave her a big brother. She owed him a debt that she could never repay. Slowly, one by one, the other gods and goddesses stand up. Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Hera, Dionysus, Aphrodite, and Hermes all stood up beside Dionysus. Naruto saved the ones they love while Hera liked her grandson. Despite him being a demigod, he came from true marriage, not just someone's outing. As for Hestia, she is fond of the demigod and will fight her brother if he laid a hand on him. The only ones who were not standing were Apollo and Ares. Zeus turned to every one of them, his face full of fury and his skin red. How dare they go against them? He saved 5 of them from father and gave birth to the others. How dare they tell them what to do? But even in his mind-induced rage, he knew that this would be a losing battle. But he would not give in to their demands. He's the king, god damn it, so he made a compromise. We will discuss it during the council meeting. We will decide if he dies or not, understood? The gods frown at him while Apollo smiled brightly at that and Ares grin at the thought of blood. All the gods and goddesses conceded since they would win the vote anyway and sat down. They got back to the game when they saw Naruto writing animation in the game. When they won, all the gods and goddesses who had kids cheered in happiness. Even Dionysus and Hades got bright smiles on their faces at the fact that their children won. Zeus scowled when he saw his daughter hugging that spawn. Another reason he want to kill him is because he got his daughter in his clutches. When's he dead, he would convince Talia to join the hunters and he won't have to worry. The celebration stopped when they saw the oracle walking to Naruto and saw the thing give him the prophecy. Apollo's frowned in anger. Why does he have to get the prophecy? Why not any other children or a hunter as a matter of fact? He can't rescue Artemis, because if he do, he'll seduce and try to bed her, just like that bastard Orion. Hephaestus frowned in worry. He heard the part where the champion shall face his past. Are the shinobi gonna come here? Are they gonna try to get Naruto? He got many questions and no answers to them. He would have to watch Naruto, Ancient's rules be damned, with the help of Athena and maybe others. Athena is thinking rapidly like she usually does. She already figured out part of the first one, but who is the 5 that are going to fight? The second one, she has a guess about the Bane of Olympus, and it's obvious that the hunters and campers would have to work together. Naruto will face the shinobis, but what did they mean by sand cast? And the last one, the Titan's curse must be the sky, but burn the Titan's land? What does that mean? Zeus evaporated the mist and slammed his bolt down on the floor. Okay, show is over. Council dismissed. All the gods left, leaving them with their own thoughts. The big house. We are wasting time, Zoe said, inside the council room. All the counselors are in here, also Chiron and Mr. D. Milady needs us, so my hunters need to go now. In case you forgot, Zoe, only 7 of us can go and Naruto is leader of this quest, Talia said with a smirk. She loved riling the hunter and seeing Zoe clenching the table made her feel so happy. I know, Zoe exclaimed, slamming the table, but this is a quest for a hunter. We are Artemis' chosen hunters and are all close to her. So is Naruto. Talia shot back, she's not gonna let this girl win. He's the only male to befriend Artemis since Orion and is stronger than any of us. He's a good leader, even better than you, so if anyone can rescue Artemis, it's Naruto. Annabeth, Selena, the Stalls, Clarice, Katie, and Lee all agreed with her statement. Zoe looked down on the table for a minute, till nodding reluctantly. It's just that she hated the fact that Naruto got the quest, and the fact it wasn't her or any of the hunters didn't get. Plus, forcing to agree with Talia added salt to the wound. Fine, Naruto will lead his quest, Zoe said. I will gather for other hunters or will leave Tomer. Oh no you don't. Talia yelled, slamming her fist down. She will not let Naruto out of her sight this time. She did it once and he disappeared for years. She will not do it again. It's campers not camper. I'm going with Naruto whether you like it or not. The two keep arguing back and forth. The Stalls, Lee, and Percy are betting who's gonna throw the first punch. Katie, Annabeth, Bianca and Chiron are trying to break up the fight. Selena and Clarice are also betting the same thing the guys are. Dionysus is reading his wine magazine and drinking his special Diet Coke. And Naruto is thinking right now. He's thinking about what the prophecy said. Since Athena blessed him, his thought process is much faster than original. In fact, he's slightly above Athena intelligence due to his street smarts, experience, his intelligence, and the blessing. So right now, he figured out at least half the prophecy. He had to go save Artemis with 7 people, both campers and hunters. The Bane of Olympus knows the way to get there, but he felt he doesn't need it. He had already been there before. Shinobi are also gonna be here. That made Naruto frown. How on earth would they get over here? They don't have the kind of technology to get here. Did they make a new jutsu? And the Sans cast. He got the feeling what it meant, but he prayed that he's wrong. He and Dad's blunder might show up sooner than expected. The Titan's curse obviously means holding up the sky, and he guessed that Artemis is going to be under there soon, if not now. The rest didn't make sense to him at all. His musing was interrupted when he heard Talia's and Zoe's argument getting louder and louder. He sighed. Why must the two fight all the time? He getting increasingly annoyed by this, and after a few minutes he snapped. Enough. Naruto shouted, making everyone jump including Chiron and Mr. D. He scowled at the two girls, making them real uncomfortable. This is my quest, you two, so don't make the decision for me. I can pick who I want for myself, so don't assume who I want in this. We will discuss this like grown up and not like little kids. Understood? Nobody said anything, making Naruto scowl. Understood? Yes. Everyone said, standing straight up. The guys didn't dare to speak up, due to fear of the blonde. When he's angry, you won't receive any mercy if you're the one who anger him. The girls, well, they are blushing cherry red or have a light blush on their face, except for Katie. Despite how scary he looks, his dominating personality is pretty hot. Even Zoe thought that. Naruto managed to calm down so he could think calmly on this. Then he turned to Zoe. Okay Zoe, I wouldn't imagine leaving you here since you are the closest to Artemis. So pick another hunter to go with us. Zoe smiled at him and nodded. Phoebe, she is a skilled tracker and a good healer as well. Zoe said. Naruto nodded. He went on a few missions with Phoebe, so he knows how skilled she is. Wait, Phoebe is the tank girl, right? Travis asked. Zoe nodded cautiously and the two Stoll brothers grinned and pulled out a hunter t-shirt. Naruto sensed a prank coming up and looked at the stalls, to see a tiny hint of pink in their eyes. Naruto's eyes widened before he scowled and got behind the two, bonking their heads to snap out of it. Who? What? When? Where? Why? Travis and Connor said at the same time. They are confused. 1 minute, they were listening in on the meeting and the rest is blank. Naruto sighed and rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Aphrodite was possessing you and was about to make you poison Phoebe with centaur blood, since you two got beaten up by her. Naruto can smell anything from miles away, thanks to life in the woods. So he knew that shirt was covered with blood. The Stoll's brother scowled at that. Every demigod hated being controlled by the gods, literally, so they were angry that Aphrodite did that. They had no quarrel with the hunter since they understood why she beat the crap out of them. They didn't agree, but they understand. Okay, Grover, Naruto said, can you still do that tracking music of yours? I practice every day to keep myself from being rusty, Grover said proudly. Naruto helped him practice before he disappeared. Grover had gotten better at it and now his successful rate is 100%. Naruto smirked. Then do you want to join in? Naruto said. Grover nodded eagerly. He had always to be on a mission with Naruto and now got a chance to show just how much he improved. We're going with you as well, Talia and Annabeth said. Naruto nodded, not bothering to argue with them. He knows that they won't budge on this, so he didn't bother. Plus, he might need them if he can have the chance in redeeming Luke. Percy frowned. Now that Annabeth and Grover are in the quest, he needed to go on as well. Naruto looked around a bit before landing his sight on Bianca. Bianca, you will come as well. I want to test your skills at the battlefield. Before Bianca can open her mouth, Percy started talking. Wait a minute. Why her? Percy protested, ignoring the looks he's being sent. Bianca barely got any training. Why send her out now? Besides, I want to go. Chiron groaned and put a hand on his face. He forgot about Percy's loyalty towards his friend, so he wanted to make sure they're safe. The best kind of training is experience on the field, Naruto explained. I can't coddle her forever, so the sooner the better. It also gives her better time to prepare. But why do you want to go? I thought a demigod would appreciate a break after going on 2 quests and a mission. Naruto looked at him with critical eyes, his eyes turning gray like Athena and her children. Normally I would be, Percy said, but Annabeth and Grover are going and want to be with, to know they are safe. Naruto narrowed his now gray orbs at him. While he is telling the truth, it's not the whole truth. You might be telling the truth, but not the whole truth, Naruto stated, deciding to call him out. It's something else is there. Percy looked uncomfortable at this. He admitted to himself that there is one thing that made him want to go, but don't want to reveal it to the others. It's about Luke, isn't it? Naruto stated. Percy stiffened, not looking at him in the eye. How does he know? Seeing that Percy will be quiet now, Naruto turned to Bianca. Now, do you want to be on this quest? Naruto asked. After all, it is polite to ask other before throwing it at him. Bianca bit her lip, before nodding. She needed to prove herself to Naruto. She needed to show him that she is strong. Any questions? When no raised their hand, Naruto grinned and was about to dismiss the council, when Chiron stopped to talk about one more thing. One more thing I want to discuss, Chiron said. Can you make a copy of the training system for us? The campers who are staying here paled. Naruto grinned and nodded, making them shiver. One thing for sure, they're in for a rough week. After all the counselors left their cabins, Naruto made a shadow clone. He sent it to go at Athena's cabin while he went to his own cabin. He held out a special kunai, saying Hiroshin and disappearing in a yellow blur. Meanwhile, Percy was in his cabin looking up the ceiling in deep thought. What is he supposed to do? Naruto already chosen the group, but he can't get over it. He doesn't want to go because it's a quest, he got enough of those for a lifetime. He wanted to because his two best friends are going there, not to mention his cousin. Also, he's feel uncomfortable leaving Annabeth with the blonde.
Also, there is Luke. Percy knows that Luke is involved in this somehow. He dreamt of Luke hiring knights. Or what looks to be knights. They were wearing gray and red armor with a sword on the chestplate. They were talking about capturing Artemis and some guy called the General. When he heard about the quest, he was, and still is, determined to go. So he made up his mind. He's going to that quest, no matter what anyone said.
Morning. Naruto opened up his sleepy eyes, 5:30 in the morning.
The group agreed to leave at 6 o'clock to make so they go get Artemis before the 7 days end.
When he tried to get up, he felt a weight on his chest and looked to see Medalis on his chest. The blonde smiled. Even though she's 16, she still acts like the little girl he met a long time ago. When he told his siblings about the quest, they tried to convince him not to go, especially Medalis. But Naruto was stubborn and told them that he got no choice and he needs to rescue Artemis, whether he likes it or not. When everyone conceded, they all went to bed except for Medalis. When Naruto saw her up, she said she wanted to sleep with him for old time's sake. Naruto hesitated a little, but a puppy eyes from her got him agreeing and letting her lay down on his chest. He always hated when girls use that on him. Naruto wanted to lay down and rest with his sister, but he needed to get ready. He don't want to see 4 very angry women if he was late. So, with great reluctance, he shook his sister's shoulder to get her to wake up. Medi. Naruto whispered his nickname to her, shaking her a little more. Medi, wake up. I have to go. It took a few minutes, but Medalis opened her eyes slowly. Naruto thought the way she sleeps and waken up is real cute and reminded him of her younger self. Huh? What? She mumbled in a daze, then she remembered everything from last night. Is it time for you to go? She felt many emotion right now. Sad that he had to go after just settling in, angry at the Oracle for giving him the quest, and scared. Scared that she might not see him again. Naruto nodded. He tried to push her off, but she just tightened her grip on him. Naruto sighed in guilt. His disappearance affected the girl more than it showed. Charles told him how she put a happy but shy mask on in public, but with her siblings in the cabin, her eyes are filled with sorrow and despair. He really didn't want to leave his friends and family again, but he needed to save Artemis. It is his quest. Come on, Medi, I have to go. Naruto sighed, but Medalis didn't soften her grip. It's my quest now and I would go one way or another. Zoe would leave without me and take her hunters as well if I don't go, even if Chiron tries to stop them. And I can't let them be endangered. Medalis finally loosened her grip on him and Naruto got up and went to change to his dragon armor. Once he got out, he saw Medalis on the back, tears in her eyes. Promise me you'll come back, she whispered, in a desperate tone. Promise you won't disappear again or die. Naruto heard her voice breaking and felt a few tears drop on his shoulder. She must be really worried, not that he could blame her. So he hugged her closer and rubbed her back to soothe her. I promise that I will return unharmed, Naruto whispered soothingly. He kissed her on the forehead and broke the hug. Tell the others I said goodbye, he said before leaving out the cabin and went to Hades' cabin to get Bianca. He stopped in front of it and smiled. At the side of it is Hestia cabin. A year after he first went to Camp Half-Blood, he built the two cabins in honor of the two gods. He always felt bad for the two since Hades was judged just because he was lord of the underworld and most of the gods treated him like he was a plague and Hestia was forgotten even by her own family. The only ones who talked to the two was Poseidon, Athena, his dad, Artemis, and Hermes. So he decided to build the two cabins in honor of the two, not caring that Zeus might not approve. He is also planning to build other cabins for the minor gods, but he will once he finish the quest. Before he went in, he heard a fire crackling and looked to see a little girl near it, with brown hair and eyes. Despite her innocent nature, her eyes was filled with wisdom along with kindness. Naruto knew who she was when he laid eyes on her. Lady Hestia, Naruto said respectfully. This are one of the gods his respected. He bowed to her and then looked up. What are you doing here? The girl smiled and patted the ground, silently telling him to sit down. You don't have to be formal, Naruto. I'm not like my youngest brother. I'm here to help you on the quest. She pulled out a small wrapped gift and handed it to Naruto. Naruto opened and looked to see a fiery red gem. This gem is special. It's give the user to use fire or they could already do it, strengthen it. You could also change it into Greek fire as well. Naruto looked at gem with awe and smiled at Hestia, making her turn away and hide her small blush. That smile is so filled with warmth. One more thing, Hestia said, after she got control of her blush. She touched Naruto on the forehead and a glow came from him, signaling that she blessed him. I gave you my blessing. You will have the power to make any meal, in reasonable standards, and can teleport in fire as well. Naruto's smile even wider now. Thank you, Hestia. It would help us on the journey, Naruto said gratefully. Hestia smiled back at him, glad that she could help the demigod. Naruto then got up and went in Hades' cabin to get Bianca. Hestia sighed in happiness in helping the blonde. She knew that her brother would get mad, but in her mind it was worth it to help Naruto. She got up and disappeared in wave of fire. Naruto walked into the cabin and closed the door behind him. He didn't get kicked out, due Hades letting him stay here as thanks for showing him kindness. Naruto walked around to see Nico and Bianca on their bed. Nico was sprawled around with a bit of drool on his face while Bianca is curled up in her blanket like a cat. Naruto got behind Bianca and gently shook her. Bianca, Naruto whispered, doing the same thing he did with Medalis. Bianca's time to wake up. Bianca stirred a bit, but just pulled the blanket closer to her and mumbled 5 more minutes. Naruto sighed. Time for plan B then. Okay. Then I guess I have to leave you here and get Percy as a replacement for the quest. Like a flash, Bianca's eyes opened and jumped out of bed like she just drank an energy drink and yelled, I'm up, I'm up. That got her to wake up pretty quickly. Glad to see you're awake, Naruto said while Bianca blushed in embarrassment. You can go prepare and wake Nico up. I'll go to the entrance where the others are meeting. Bianca nodded and went in the bathroom to change in her armor. The blonde got out of the cabin and went to the meeting place. Meeting place. Naruto, Talia, Grover, Phoebe, Zoe, and Annabeth are all the entrance with Chiron and surprisingly, Mr. D ever since Naruto came back and gave him those cokes, he's been brighter and cheerier. Little did many know, including the gods, the cokes are made to taste like wine. It doesn't make you drunk like regular wine, but it has the pure taste of wine. Annabeth, Talia and Grover are telling Naruto about the quest they had while they wait for Bianca. They all said their goodbyes to their siblings and friends so now they are waiting. He actually told that lie. Naruto said in disbelief. The 3 demigods are on the part when they met Medusa and when Percy told her that they were on a circus caravan and got lost. Yeah, he did, Annabeth said with a giggle. He was lucky she wasn't mortal or else she wouldn't have bought. But we were unlucky that it was Medusa. Annabeth shivered at the memory. That old hag tried to cut her up at the time. Thank gods she had her shurikens with her to distract while Percy sliced her head off.
Naruto shuddered, making the two look at him. Seeing the looks, he told his story. I met Medusa when I had to run an errand for Persephone. I made a special contact lens that could block any powers that requires the victim to look at them. When I went in the store to buy some statues, Medusa tried to turn me into a statue but she noticed I wasn't affected. Then came the bad part. Naruto shuddered even more. The satyr and the daughter of Athena look at him in worry.
When she noticed I wasn't affected, she asked why. I told because of the special contact lens and then told her that I'm running an errand for Persephone. She let me look around the place and after a few minutes, she pounced on me. Naruto is starting to turn a little green. I got dizzy a little and when I started to focus I noticed she was rubbing on me. Everyone else started listening in as well and automatically knew what Medusa was doing. Mr. D, Chiron, and Grover turned green while Talia, Zoe, Phoebe, Protective, and Annabeth growled in anger. I was stunned at what she doing, but when I noticed she was about to take off my pants, I got her off and took the nearest statue so I could get out of there. She tried to corner me many times and nearly tried to rape me, but I managed to escape. That was the scariest thing in my life. By now, Grover is letting out all the content in his mouth and the girls turn red with rage. Oh, now I wished I could torture the hag, Annabeth growled out in anger. The others started muttering, growling and Talia saying a lot of curses stringed up together. Naruto sweat drop at the sight. Those girls must really hate Medusa. Soon, Bianca and Nico walk over to them, with the oldest having her shinobi equipment on which is a black combat suit with green stripes. Naruto look at Nico, a little surprised that he's here. Bianca, not that I don't want him around but why is Nico here? I thought we all agreed on saying our goodbyes in camp. Naruto said in confusion. During the meeting, the 7 agreed to say goodbye to their siblings and friends at camp. Bianca smiled apologetically at him. Sorry, but Nico wanted to talk to you. He said it's important and can't be told later. Naruto looked at Nico, who have a hopeful face. Finally, Naruto nodded. Okay then. Let's go to the woods to talk. Nico smiled when Naruto agreed and the two went in the forest. They stopped when they got a good enough distance. I take it you want me to talk about keeping Bianca safe? Naruto stated. Nico nodded in confirmation and Naruto smiled. Don't worry Nico, Bianca will be safe. The others and I will make sure that she doesn't get hurt. Promise? Nico asked in a little pleading voice. Naruto got down to his knees, so he could look Nico in the eye. I promise I will and just to make sure I keep it, Naruto closed his eyes and said, I swear on the sticks that no one will die on this quest. Thunder rumble and Nico's eyes widen in shock. He learned about promises like that. If make sure the person would keep his promise and if they don't, they'll die. Nico smiled widely and hugged the blonde.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nico muffled in Naruto's armor. Now I know Bianca won't die. Naruto smiled and hugged the boy back. He will keep his promise no matter what. The two went back to the entrance and Nico said one more goodbye to Bianca before going back to camp.
Okay. Now that we are here and we took care to camp, Naruto said, talking to the group. Any ideas where to go? The only thing we got is going west and that's not going to help. Maybe we can go to DC, where Artemis was hunting. Grover suggested. Naruto nodded. Okay then. And Chiron, I'll need my ride. Is it still near the tree? Naruto asked. Chiron nodded and galloped near the tree barrier, with the others following him. Mr. D disappeared back to the big house. Chiron stopped at the edge of the tree. It's still hidden at this spot. Naruto grinned. Good, then we are all good. He knocked on the tree a couple times in a certain way. They waited a few seconds before the ground rumbled around them. The ground in front of them split and out of it came a car. The car looks to fit only 5 people. It has mini turbo engines at the side, machine guns at the bottom so people won't notice and a seal on the front door of the car so you can hide anything. The car is painted black with flames at the bottom and flames at the front of the car. And the tires had razors at the side so it could cut through tough areas. Grover's jaws dropped EDP, Bianca and Annabeth went wide eyes, Talia grinned like crazy, and the hunters just raised an eyebrow when they saw the car. Wow. Grover said in awe. This car is badass. Talia finished for him, practically drooling when she saw the car. It one of the coolest things she'd ever seen. Naruto makes the best creations ever. Like it? Naruto asked rhetorically. It was a project I'd worked on for years. I only finished right before the quest with Luke. It can go 500 miles per hour and the miniguns are filled with both bronze and metal bullets. By now, Talia has stars in her eyes. As fast as a cannon, Talia got on the shotgun. Naruto chuckled in amusement and got in while the others went in the back and Chiron galloped back to camp. The ones in the back are surprised at what they saw. The inside of the car is obviously bigger than it looks. The inside is shaped like a limo with snacks at the corner and the seats look to be made of pure fabric. Naruto went big time with this car. Double wow. Grover said once again. Zoe, Annabeth, Bianca and Phoebe nodded in agreement. Once they got in, Naruto started driving the car. It was a few hours of driving before Annabeth broke the silence. Naruto, can you tell us more about your past? Annabeth asked, a little eager. Naruto chuckled. Annabeth, Talia, and Luke always ask about what happened in his past when they could. He told them stories about the time he lived in the forest, when he became Genin and then stopped a Mizuki from stealing the Forbidden Scroll, the Wave Mission, and the invasion of the Leaf. He also told them how he arrived in this world. Sure. What do you want to know? The blonde asked. Annabeth thought about for a moment before speaking. Who are your friends there? Annabeth asked. I mean, we already know that you're an orphan, but Grover, and Talia, I wondered if you have any friends. Naruto's smile is remember his time at home. Yeah, I had some. The first one was Hinata. A shy little girl who always blushed around me. I always wondered why she did that. Annabeth, Talia, Bianca and Zoe frowned at that. Meanwhile, Grover groaned. Despite Naruto's intelligence, he is really dense when it came to someone liking him. I mean, it's obvious that many of the girls Naruto is friends with had major feelings for the blonde. Then, it's Shikamaru. A lazy boy, but has a lot of intelligence. Then Kiba, a brash kind of guy with his pet puppy, Akamaru, Shino, a quiet guy who is literally a living nest. Choji, a boy who eats often and is big-boned, Ino, a girl who loves flowers and is always flirting with me. Annabeth, Talia, Bianca and Zoe growled in anger and jealousy. Phoebe looked at them with amusement while Grover shrunk a little when he heard the growl. Naruto either ignored it or hadn't heard, so he'd continue on. Tenten, a weapon-loving tomboy. Neji, who I used to hate when he beaten one of my friends, but now we'd settled our differences. And Lee, who is better not being mentioned by appearance or personality. Trust me, it's better for your health. The blonde looked serious at that, so no one opened their mouth. They know not to push it when Naruto uses that tone. This time, Zoe asked the question, also, who trained you? Zoe asked. She is curious how the blonde got his skills. He bested every hunter in the camp, even her, and he actually made Artemis sweat a little when they'd sparred. Naruto smiled in remembrance once again. My teacher was Anko, the first person I'd ever trusted. We met while I was living in the forest. At first, I didn't trust her with her psychotic personality and because of the villagers' hatred, but after a while of getting to know her, I started to trust. Before and after we got out of the forest, she trained me, protected me, and comforted me when needed. A lone tear came out of his eye. She was like a mother to me. The group smiled at that. It was nice hearing Naruto parts of his past. Then Annabeth frowned a little.
Naruto, what do you mean protected you? What did you need protection from in the village? Annabeth asked in confusion. The others turned to him as well. Naruto frowned and sweated a little. He doesn't want to tell the bad side of his past, it's still painful for him. Suddenly, Naruto's danger sense kicked in and he heard a familiar sound. It sounded like Kiba's signature move, Fang over.
His eyes widened and he was about to turn from the road he was on, but it was too late. Everyone heard a shout of Fang over Fang. And felt the car get hit tumbling down. The car kept tumbling down until it hit to a stop, miraculously right side up. Naruto groaned in pain and turned to Talia. Talia, you alright? Talia groaned a little but nodded. What about you guys, no broken bones? Behind the two, the four in the back are in a pile of heaps. Yeah, we're okay. Grover to wasp out from his position. He is on his stomach, Bianca is groaning on her back. Zoe is holding her side, and Phoebe is laying on the side, starting to get up. Wow, we are already attacked in a few minutes after we started a quest. That's got to be a new record, Talia said as a little joke. It's true. The last record was the Lightning Thief, where Percy got attacked by 1 hour after the quest started since she has been there personally to see it. Naruto opened the car and helped the others out. They're at an old part at Manhattan. Soon, after they got their heads together, they got their weapons out. Naruto got Kasai out, Talia got her spear, Annabeth got her kunai, the hunters and Bianca got their bows, and Grover got a metal brown staff, a gift from Naruto. Naruto, do you know who attacked us? Phoebe asked. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I know him all right. Only one person can use that move. Soon, 4 people and a dog jumped from the trees. Each one of them had a headband with them. One was the attacker, got brown short, a red tattooed claw on both his cheeks, and canine-like teeth, wearing gray long shirt with a fishnet shirt under it and gray pants. Another was a man with no pupils in his eyes, long hair with a ponytail on the bottom, wearing a white shirt with big sleeves and brown pants. Next was a fat-looking guy with swirls on his cheeks and short hair, and the last one was guy who looked lazy but serious with a pineapple-like ponytail and is wearing the Jonin outfit. These people some of Naruto's friends. Kiba, Neji, Choji, and Shikamaru in that order. Not that I'm not glad to see you. What are you guys doing here and how did you get here anyway? Naruto asked in a little disbelief. He thought he would never see any of his friends of his, but now here they are. We found a way to open a portal to this world, which was such a drag, Shikamaru said in his usual lazy tone. Then, he turned to a little serious. And we're here to get you back in the Leaf Village. They need you there. Forget it. Talia automatically said with a scowl. He is not going back. We need him here to help us. She just got Naruto back and she'll be damned if she'll let these people take him. We're not talking to you, Neji said with a scowl of his own. And he must come back for the good of the village. Naruto downright scowl at that. I don't care for that village. Naruto said, with a little growl. I don't care what happens to it. I'm staying here. Naruto, be reasonable, Shikamaru said once again. The village started plummeting when you were gone. Everyone in the elemental nation heard what happened to you in your childhood and we are paying the price for it. We need you back to placate them. Plus, the food supply has started going down. Choji exclaimed in horror-filled voice. You have to come back, Naruto, otherwise I may never get my potato chips. Did you not hear him? Annabeth exclaimed. He said that he doesn't want to come back. You can't force him to go back. The blonde girl was confused as to why the village was plummeting because they heard of Naruto's childhood. She got a bad feeling in her heart, but right now, she needed to defend her friend. You stay out of this. It's our conversation, you princesses. Everyone got really quiet now. Naruto and Grover paled in fear while the girls leaked out killing intent. You never, ever, call a huntress, Talia, nor Annabeth something so girly. Otherwise, you better write your will. What? Did? Call? Us? Talia said in gritted teeth, voicing the girls in the area. Neji, Shikamaru, and Choji started shaking a little and Kiba started sweating in a bit of fear. They all had a taste of women's retribution, especially Kiba and Shikamaru. But Kiba's mouth engaged before his brain did again. You heard me. Prin. Cess. S. Kiba said in a mocking tone. All the girls' eyes darkened and the killing intent became more intense, making the guys shiver in fear. Naruto finally snapped out of it and got into commander mode. Talia, you take Kiba. Grover, fight Choji. Annabeth, fight Neji. Phoebe and Zoe, you'll provide cover fire for us and fire whenever you see an opening. I'll fight Shikamaru. Everyone nodded and Grover got out of his fear-induced state. 4 of them went in front with their weapons drawn while the hunters stayed back to shoot. The ninjas got out of their fear-induced state and prepared to fight. Kiba grinned in excitement as he about to fight the Ravenhair princess. Come on girly. Let's see what you can do. Kiba cried out, getting on all fours with Akamaru beside him. Talia twirled her spear, electrify it, and glare at him.
I'll show that and more. No one calls me princess and gets away with it. She then charged at the dog boy and thrust the spear forward, but Kiba flipped sideways. Talia managed to swing left and hit Kiba on the head and got him flying. He flipped up and crouched dog-like. Akamaru tried to bite her leg, but she kicked the puppy out of the way.
Kiba charged this time and tried to hit her with his claws, but Talia either dodged or blocked with her spear. She leaned back from a swipe to the chest and then kicked under him, making him fall on his back. She backflipped and landed a few feet away from him and smiled evilly. She is far from done with this puppy. Oh, let's get in on. Choji yelled out. He and his teammates need to win or else all of his favorite food might be gone forever. The chips, the barbecue, the sweets, all of them. And the Leaf Village needed Naruto, especially his friends. So he used his expansion jutsu to enlarge himself, then put his arms, his legs, and his head inside his body, completing his signature move. For the barbecue, human boulder. Grover paled when saw the literal human boulder started rolling towards him real fast and promptly jumped over it with his goat leg. When he landed and turned around, he paled when he saw the thing, man, coming back. He kept jumping, sliding, and dodging the boulder. He would have thanked Pan for giving him goat legs if he was not focusing on dodging the giant human bowling ball. If he doesn't find an opening, then he would be tired out from this and he will be the first Seder pancake. He does not want that. Neji and Annabeth are engaging in hand-to-hand combat, with Neji using his Hyuga taijutsu and Annabeth is using the Namikaze taijutsu. Neji's attack were hard and fierce, but Annabeth countered that with her speed. Annabeth sent a kick at his chest, pushing him back and getting him on one knee. How can that girl be that good? Neji said, sweating in the forehead. I can't lay a hit on her. She doesn't even have any chakra. What has Naruto been teaching her? Annabeth rolled up her neck and smirked at him. Naruto told me about the bloodlines. How many clans usually have unique powers that no one else had? Luckily, Naruto taught me how to counteract the ones he knows about. It took some constant asking and begging from her to get Naruto to teach her. She wanted to learn everything there is to know. Neji gritted his teeth in anger. Naruto told an outsider of his clan's ability. Why? Despite that, he will not let this girl win. He is a Hyuga and he will not be defeated by someone who doesn't even have chakra. So with renewed spirit, he started attacking again, but this time harder. Annabeth kept dodging them but is working up a sweat this time. The two kept trading's blow until Neji had enough. He stepped back and did a few hand signs before opening his signature move. Byakugan. Naruto and Shikamaru face each other, looking at each other. One in seriousness and one in tiredness. Are we really gonna fight? Shikamaru said with his usual sigh. Come on Naruto, it's such a drag for us to fight. Just come back peacefully and the others will be unharmed and free to go. Naruto glowered at the lazy boy. I said no Shikamaru. I have things to do here, people to protect. I know we're friends Shikamaru, but if you keep pushing it I will answer with my fist. Shikamaru sighed. He don't want to fight, it's too much moving. He wanted Naruto just to come back peacefully so the leaf can finally get back to speed, the others' countries will leave them alone, and he could go back to sleep. But unfortunately, Naruto is stubborn about this so he would have to use force. Life is such a drag. Fine then. Then he put his hands together and Naruto suddenly freeze in his spot. Shadow imitation technique complete. So now Naruto, if you won't come back willingly I will have to knock you out. His plan is simple. Both will throw a kunai, but Shikamaru will have an exploding bomb on there. It will be enough to knock out Naruto. Naruto smirked at him, making him a little unsettled. Sorry Shikamaru, but you won't getting me that easily. You think I didn't know you would do that? I countered that with my own trap. Boom. Naruto suddenly exploded, making Shikamaru cover his eyes and bounce back a little. He heard something from behind and he brought a kunai, just in the nick of time to block Naruto's spear. Shikamaru sighed once more, then turned serious. Fine then Naruto. Let's see if you can block this shadow sewing technique. Kiba flipped up from his down position and got on his fours, with Akamaru by his side again. The young puppy transformed into another Kiba and the two started running towards Taliah. Taliah turned her other bracelet into her black shield, a gift from Naruto, and pushed the two back, making them flying in the air. The two landed on their feet before running again, but this time they went separate and went towards the girl at different sides. Taliah twisted her body to dodge them and then faced the two when they got back together in their taijutsu stance. She rolled under the two, hitting the first with the bottom of her spear and bashed the head of the other with her shield, making the two twist and fall on their stomach. The two got up and once again, started to charge at her. Taliah smirked. Those two will never learn to stay down. The three went fighting with the dog and his owner using their claws while Taliah put up her spear and shield and starting fighting with her hands. Despite Kiba having the number advantage, they can't land a hit on her. Each hit she lay on them, they felt an electric shock, making them stumble each time. And she was still holding that damn smirk. The same smirk that Naruto gave them when they fought in the Chunin exam. That got them more feral. Taliah smirked when the two started getting more sloppy. Her style is something Naruto taught her. She dodges and blocks every attack, infuriating the opponent and getting them angry and sloppy. She lands a hit a few times and maybe taunt them to get them more sloppier. When they began, she attacks with electric shocks she channels in her hands. The shock will stun them, effectively getting her an opening to give them a pummeling. She saw the two dogs slowing down, breathing harder, and she barely held back a grin. This is her chance. Faster than the blink of an eye, she started overwhelming the two with punches. Punch after punch shocked the Inuzuka and his companion. The two got started developing bruises before Talia finished them off with a kick in their abdomen. They too was sent flying and landed on their backs. Talia grinned. "I win, you wet dogs," she exclaimed, pumping her fist. To her surprise, the two got back up, albeit slowly and carefully since they got many bruises. Kiba, huffing and puffing, took 2 pills and gave one to Akamaru. The two ate it, giving them more energy and getting feral. Their chakra started leaking out of them and the two got in all fours. Talia cursed. "Food pills. Come on, girly," Kiba growled. Round 2, Grover vs. Choji. Grover is getting tired from the running he's been doing. It took up most of his energy and his goat legs are starting to cramp up. Yet, the giant human bowling ball is still at full pace. Does this thing slow down?
The two were running in circles, for at least half an hour. The ninja even managed to make a race car track. He would have been amused if not for the running of his life. Zoe and Phoebe managed to get a few shots so the thing won't get any closer to him. He thanked the gods that the hunters are on this quest. They saved him from being flattened.
Grover stumbled a bit before running again. The ball is getting closer to him. If he slows down, he'll be crushed. He doesn't want to become a satyr pancake. Suddenly, he looks at the trees and an idea pops up. If it worked, he might make it stop for good or at least get him back in human form. So with the idea in mind, he started running to the tree with Choji right behind him. Grover grinned. Perfect. When he got near the tree, he started climbing with his hooves. Then he pushed off the tree, backflip, and got behind Choji. He did a few hand signs before saying wood style, tree rope jutsu. The trees wrapped around the ninja and got him in a handle. The man got out of his ball form and struggled against the binds. Grover grinned even more. The jutsu worked. Look like I win, Grover said, still grinning. Choji struggled even more. No, he can't lose. The Leaf Village, his team, and his precious chips are counting on him and the others to get Naruto so the Leaf Village won't die slowly. He can't lose. With new determination, he let out a huge roar and got 3 times bigger, breaking the wooden ropes. This is his clan's famous jutsu, but just the mini size of it. Grover paled. This is not gonna be fun. Annabeth vs. Neji. The two been fighting for half an hour. Neji is not using his Byakugan, arrogant to believe that someone of this world can't make any jutsus or have any chakra. He doesn't know that Naruto trained her and gave her chakra. Annabeth smirked while fighting, knowing that Neji doesn't have the knowledge that she is an unofficial shinobi. She can use that to her advantage and when the time is right, struck him down with her abilities she learned from Naruto. It's a plan worthy of Athena. She dodged a few palm strikes and she felt a few secret ones. She shut down her chakra so it won't affect her. When she saw her opening, she started return the strikes. Now it's Neji's turn to dodge. The pattern continued on like this, never stopping. Neji started gritting his teeth in frustration. How is she keeping up? Who taught her? There aren't any shinobi as this world except for. His eyes widened in shock when he figured it out. Naruto trained them all in taijutsu. Annabeth saw him in the state of shock. He froze, giving her the chance to strike. With her quick thinking skills, she started hitting Neji in the most critical spots where she can cripple him. She molded the chakra in her hands and feet, making them as sharp as an owl's beak so she can damage him even more. Each punch sent him stumbling back inch by inch. He started feeling the pain of the punches and his internal organs damage. Annabeth ended it with a flip kick in the head. Demigods. 1, Shinobi. 0, Annabeth said with a smug grin. Her hubris started acting up and started to walk away from the down body. She forgotten one of the shinobi rules that Naruto taught her. Make sure the enemy is down. She heard running from behind and she turned around halfway before she got pushed back, flying into the air and landed on the ground. Annabeth groaned and lifted her head up, before her eyes widened. Neji is up and ready, like he hadn't took any damage at all. You think he'll go down that easily? Neji said, breathing heavily. That same move was used on me at the Chunin exam. Used by Naruto. It won't work on me twice. When she left him down on the floor, he healed his wounds with chakra. His internal organs fixed, his bruises gone, and his stamina back. He closed his eyes and veins started flowing around his eyes. I underestimated you while we fought. I didn't take in the fact that you might have been trained by Naruto, Neji said with his eyes still closed, but now, I'll fix that mistake. Time for you to see my family bloodline. Annabeth paled. She knew what the bloodline is. Naruto told her about it in one of his stories. Neji opened his eyes and revealed his bloodline. Byakugan. Shikamaru vs Naruto. Naruto dodged each of the shadow's stitches aimed at him. He ducked, jumped, slid, and bent to dodge all of them. But Shikamaru isn't relenting. The two continue this patterns until Naruto had enough. He jumped high up the ground and breathed out a fireball. Shikamaru's eyes widened. How did he do that without doing hand signs? He didn't have time to think on that, so he dodged the fireball coming his way. Naruto continued to spit out fireball after fireball with Shikamaru dodging. Shikamaru finally hid behind the trees to get a breather. He's thinking rapidly on what to do. He can't use his regular strategy since Naruto is as smart as him. He somehow knows what he's thinking and counteracts the move. But there is one move that Naruto didn't see. Shikamaru plan formulated quickly and began using his technique. Naruto stopped using his fireballs, giving him the opening he need. Now is the time to strike.
Shadow Possession Jutsu. Naruto sighed when Shikamaru did the technique and the blonde jump up in the air. What he didn't know is that the Nara saw that and his eyes widened when he heard a new jutsu.
Shadow Hammer Jutsu. A huge shadow came out from the tree and formed into the giant head of the hammer. It's moved towards and Naruto couldn't move in time to dodge it. It came on top of him and crashed on top of him, both hitting the ground and left a crater in its wake, plus some smoke. Shikamaru smirked when he saw what happened. The jutsu isn't strong enough to crush a person, but is strong enough to leave a person unconscious. He walked towards the hole, lighting up a cigarette and putting it in his mouth. He looked down in the hole and his eyes widened when he saw that there isn't anybody in there. He dropped the cigarette in his mouth in shock. Looking for me. The Nara turned around, only to meet a fist in his face. That was the last thing he saw before he blacked out. Naruto breathed heavily, sweat coming out of him. He used Hirishin just before the hammer could knock him out. Shikamaru is tougher than last time, but he got stronger as well. He reached inside the man's pocket and pulled out the pack of cigarette. He put in his pocket and grinned. Thank you, Shikamaru. Naruto turned to the others and saw them in trouble. Grover is dodging every stomp and punch the giant Choji's pulling, tiring out from the looks of it. Talia is using her shield to defend herself from the fang over fang attacks. And Annabeth is barely holding on Neji's relentless attacks. Naruto cursed. He forgot that none of them are ready to fight a shinobi. They only been taught a few things, they're not ready to fight the people who defeated the Sound 4. Zoe is shooting at the humongous Choji with Phoebe and Bianca. It's only affecting the fat man a little, but it's enough to slow him down and gave Grover a few close calls. Naruto pulled 4 arrows out from his cloak. Gave 3 of them to Zoe and Phoebe, then pull out an arrow for himself. Phoebe, Bianca, and Zoe got a good look at the bow and then smirk. They know what's he planning. The 2 hunters because they've been traveling with him for years and Bianca because it was of the trick arrows he showed her. Phoebe, you and Bianca fire at Choji. Zoe, fire at Kiba. I'll get Neji. Ready. The 3 took aim and waited for the right timing. Kiba is starting to charge at Talia again, Neji pushed Annabeth back, and Choji is about to stomp on Grover. Now. The 4 shot their arrows in their intended targets and it caused a mass explosion. 3 got sent back flying and got knocked out, on their backs. Naruto breathed out in relief. Just in time. Zoe, Naruto, Bianca and Phoebe helped the 3 up. Talia, Annabeth, and Grover gave them thank yous before looking down on the ground. Talia scowled. Annabeth balled her fist up in frustration, and Grover bleated in dismay. They would have lost if not for Naruto and the hunters. Naruto saw their downtrodden looks. He knew what they're thinking. He thought that the first time he went hunting with Anko, he nearly got killed by a lion before Anko saved him. He knew now is not the time to scold them for messing up. So instead he said, "You did a good job for your first fight," Naruto said, making the 3 eyes widen.
You held on for a long time against 3 strong ninjas. If they were Genins or Chunins, you have possibly won. So when I say this I mean it, you 3 did great. The 3 just stand there stunned for a minute. Finally, they all grinned and the 2 girls hugged him tightly. Naruto laughed and hugged the girls back. It's good seeing them in good spirit, even though they nearly lost. He didn't see Zoe's scowl and Phoebe's sending an amused look at the girl.
Okay. Since we dealt with the others, Naruto started saying, breaking the hugs, I'll get Hermes to deliver the guys at the Leaf Village. Then we leave out and get back on the road. The five nodded and they all went back in the car. But something told Naruto that it isn't the last time he'll see the shinobis. After everyone got back in the car, limousine, they got back on the road. Naruto is in the front while everyone else is in the back. Annabeth is telling Talia and Grover about the Dragon Age, much to their displeasure, and the hunters just sat there, a little on edge again with Artemis missing. It was a few hours after the attack. It was rather peaceful, but Naruto knew that peace won't last. Just as he thought that, he sensed something. Many dark presence nearby, two that are familiar, and one person that he thought is in camp. Immediately, he got the engine up to full speed and went 180 miles per hour, much to the surprise of everyone in the car. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. When he gets his hands on Jackson, he's going to. Naruto, why are driving so fast? Annabeth yelled from her seat. Talia is shaking from the speed, Grover looks close to fainting, and the hunters are gripping on their seats to stay put. I sense many dark presences in the museum, plus Jackson is in there too. We need to get there quickly before anything happen, Naruto said quickly. He soon arrived at the museum and slid the car to a stop. Once everybody regained their breath and stopped themselves from passing out, they got out. Okay guys. Take the car and the keys and put our ride in a safe spot. I'll meet you in the Air and Spaceport Museum, Naruto said. Without waiting for an answer, he disappeared in a flash of flames. He knew that Talia and Annabeth will demand on how he did that, but he'd deal with that later. Right now, he needed to get Squid Head out of danger and then beat him a new one for coming here. Natural History Museum. Percy is wondering how he got into these situations. How did he get in trouble that quickly? Is it because he stole Naruto's invisibility belt from under Madara's nose, or is it because he decided to get in the quest after Naruto said he couldn't? Either way, he's in trouble. Percy arrived in DC before any of the others did. He had Naruto's invisibility belt on and followed Thorn inside a museum. The Manticore regrouped with a bunch of monsters, the man called the General, Luke Castellan, and a bunch of knights from Hisei. It's the same knights he saw from his dream. The General was talking to them and told them about Naruto. His voice sounded different when he said the blonde's name, but he couldn't pinpoint it. He wanted the Templars to capture the blonde and bring him to him. Luke was skeptical about this and asked the General how mere mortals can help them. The General merely laughed at the question. He explained to Luke how these mortals aren't regular mortals. They are called Templars, mage hunters who will kill anyone that can use magic. Their armors and weapons are built to fight against anything with godly and mage blood in them. Their weapons can make any god fade. One of the Templars revealed their blade. It's silver, sharp, with blue linings all over it. It was also humming much to the demigod shock. As Percy went to move in closer, the Templars turned to him. A demigod. One of them shouted. Percy cursed and went to run away, but the entrance is blocked by more Templars. He cursed once again and pulled Riptide from his pocket, also turning off the belt. Luke frowned when he saw him. It's Percy. Capture him now and see what he knows, Luke ordered. The Templars nodded and pull out their blades and shields. Percy charged at the first one near him and swung his sword. He was shocked when the sword passed through him. The Templars laughed and got closer to him, making the boy sweat. Just before the one in the middle was about to attack, a fireball hit him in the back and sent him flying. He crashed into the wall and went unconscious. Soon, the Templars got their shields up when more fireballs came. Percy dropped down on the floor to protect himself and the Templars moved back. The fireballs keep pelting and pelting them until they finally move back. Couldn't stay at camp like you've been told, couldn't you, Jackson? Percy paled at that and the killing intent. He turned around to see Naruto walking with Kasai, turn into a sword, in his hands. Percy doesn't know who he should fear right now, the army of monsters or Naruto. The General and Luke's eyes widened in shock while the Templars got into defense position. The monsters started growling in hatred towards the blonde, making Percy wonder how many monsters did Naruto killed. Naruto? Luke asked in shock. Naruto looked at Luke for a bit, his eyes softening a bit before hardening his eyes again and turned to Percy. We'll deal with this later, Jackson, Naruto growled out. Right now, you need to get out of here. Get out of here and meet up with the others outside. I'll deal with these monsters. Percy was about to argue, but one look from Naruto told him not to. He reluctantly ran into the hole Naruto made and got out. Naruto turned to the general once again. "Now, are we going to fight or are you going to throw your minions at me like you usually do?" Naruto said. The general didn't say anything, just smirk in amusement. Let's see how Naruto handled these people. Capture him. Do not harm him or there will be consequences, the general said simply. The Templars nodded and pulled out their swords. The general and Luke left, but stayed a little longer to mouth something to Naruto. It was, "I'm sorry." Naruto started charging towards them when a Templar blocked the way. Naruto growled and changed his sword from bronze to shiny silver. A little note is that Naruto can turn his weapon into any metal. It can turn from bronze, to mortal metal, to Stygian, even imperial gold. Meaning, he can fight the Templars no problems. One of the Templars charged at him, but Naruto easily parried him and pushed him back. Two more charged behind, making Naruto backflip and slash their backs, wounding them and sending them sprawling on the floor. He blocked a hit from the side and flipped the Templar, making the knight land on his back and knocked the wind out of him. He saw the last 6 charge at him, so Naruto put his hand up and sent out a large fireball. When it hit contact with the other Templar it exploded, scattering the Templars all over the place. Naruto checked to see if they all got knocked out and nodded. He took one of the weapons to study for a bit and put it in the seal on his armor. He walked out of the museum, going to chew out the squid head and preparing for the questions he's gonna get. Some more questions if Squid Head opens his mouth. Naruto arrived in the Spaceport Museum and found the group. Zoe and Talia are butting heads once again with Annabeth and Phoebe holding them back and saw Grover, Bianca and Percy at the side. He walked over to the goat and asked, "Okay, what did I miss?" Making Percy, Bianca and Grover jump a little since they never saw him come in. Grover adjusted easily, since the blonde does that a lot, and answered the question. Percy came in and told us what happened and what we saw. Talia started getting in rant about how you're going to get it and she will make you reveal your history between the general and you. Zoe got mad at that and told her that you will reveal it when you want. Talia quickly found out that she knew about the past between you and the general and started this. He pointed at the arguing girls. Naruto groaned, "Great." Squidhead revealed what happened. Speaking of the son of Poseidon. He grabbed Percy by the collar and pushed him on a pillar. Naruto glared at him with his fiery red eyes. Percy gulped. He knew he's in big trouble. He hoped that Naruto would forget about it, but that was too hopeful. "I told you to stay at the camp, right?" Naruto growled, making Percy nod. "Then why the hell are you here, Squidhead? And why do you have my invisibility belt?" "I gave it to Medalis so she could keep it safe." She let me borrow it," Percy said very nervously. Naruto had a blank look on his face. He heard from Annabeth about Percy's horrible lying skills, but that is ridiculous. He worse than a son of Apollo and maybe even rivals Apollo himself. "Yeah, borrow it," Naruto said sarcastically before glaring at Percy. He dropped him on his butt and grabbed his face in frustration. When he dropped the squid head, Talia grabbed the collar of his shirt and got him face to face. "Okay, start talking, Whiskers," Talia demanded. "How do you know the general? What aren't you telling us?" Talia gave him a steely look, but Naruto isn't budging. Living with Anko gave him immunity for feminine fury. Before he could say anything, Zoe grabbed Talia's hands and pulled it away from Naruto's collar. Zoe glared at Talia, who glared back. "I told you that he will be ready to reveal when he needs to." "Stay out of this, nightshade," Talia growled out. "This doesn't affect you." "It does because Naruto and I are related to the secret," Zoe yelled, but then covered her mouth. Talia got even more confused and was about to demand what's she talking about when Naruto held his hand in a silence sign. "Does anyone else smell catnip?" Naruto said. Zoe, Phoebe, and Grover's eyes widened when they smelt what Naruto's smelling. Not good. "Move." Zoe yelled and the ape moved just in time to see the Nemean lion jump on where they were. It roared at the group, who pulled their weapons. The Nemean lion is as big as a truck. It got yellow, orange gleaming fur, but got a more golden appearance. It got large and sharp, white teeth which is being shown to the group. Naruto cursed and looked at the others. "Zoe, Bianca, Phoebe, find a higher spot and get on there to shoot. Percy, Talia, Grover, Annabeth, with me," Naruto commanded. Everyone nodded and the hunter, plus the Kunoichi apprentice got on the high ground to shoot. Naruto changed Kasai into a giant hammer, since nothing could penetrate the coat. But he can hurt it without any outside wounds. Percy and Talia charge at it and hit the leg, only for no damage to be received. The three girls on top is shooting arrow after arrow, but they broke into pieces against the lion's skin. It looked like it's about to attack them, but Naruto run towards and swung hard at the lion's face. It sent things stumbling back, but it didn't got knocked out. It roared at Naruto and charged at him, but Naruto slid under it when it leapt. Annabeth then pull out 2 explosive kunai and threw them at the monster's eye. The beast roared in pain and stumbled around, his eyes closed. Percy, Annabeth, Grover, and Talia came to Naruto's side. Okay, how did Hercules defeat that thing? It was Percy who asked that question. He choked it, Naruto said, and unless one of us has superhuman strength, we can't do that. The only weakness is mouth from IC. And if we get him to open the mouth for as long as possible, we can shoot it with kunai and arrows, Annabeth said, realizing the plan. Naruto smiled at her briefly, then looked at the lion. Okay, Grover. When I get the thing distracted, you use the ground technique to capture him, got it? Naruto said. Grover nodded in understanding and stand back to prepare, using the root from the ground to capture the lion. Naruto charged with Talia and Percy behind him. Lion ran towards them, preparing to cut them up, but Percy used the hilt of his blade to unbalance it. Talia got close to the head and used her black shield to hit it on the side of head. The lion stumbled, roaring in pain and anger. Naruto then run to the monster, ready his hammer, and swung upward, sending the flying and landing on its belly. Now Grover. Grover put his hands towards the lion and close eyes. In a blink of an eye, roots came out of the ground and wrapped the lion up. It roared and struggled against it, but it's too strong. 2 roots quickly held the mouth open when it roared, leaving his mouth bare. Now girls. Naruto commanded, and then Bianca, Zoe and Phoebe launched the arrows, Annabeth threw 2 kunais, and Talia threw her spear. The lion roared in pain when the arrows and kunais reached its mark, but the spear, it got through the head and the skull of it. It stood still for a minute, and then when the roots grow back in the ground, it fell down. Naruto breathed in a sigh of relief. He turned to the others and smiled, excellent job guys. You did amazing. Everyone smiled at that, and Percy and Grover fall down in relief. The Nemean lion turned into golden dust, and all that's left of it is a fur coat. Naruto picked it up from where it was. So it's a fur coat, Naruto said in amusement. Naruto put it up in the seal of his armor. I might have use of it when I build some new armor. Right now, I don't want to wear it. Why not? Percy asked in confusion. I mean, isn't the lion skin the hardest to penetrate? It could be useful. Hercules wore it. Zoe clenched her fist at the mention of the, while Naruto and Phoebe frowned, but they hid their reactions. First of all, I'm surprised you know that, considering you rarely ever read a book, from what Annabeth told me, Naruto said, ignoring the shout of hey from Percy, and second, it's because of a secret of someone else, that I won't tell. Percy knows when to pry and not to pry, so he just nodded. Naruto looked at the teen. Hey Grover, did you deal with the security? Right before we fought, Grover said proudly, right now, they're running into a wall. Naruto turned to where the officers are at and literally running into a wall. Everyone had to stifle a laugh at that, and Naruto turned to Grover with a grin. Grover, I truly love your woodland magic. Grover grinned and put his pipe up. Naruto and the others put their supplies up and went outside to see a giant toad. All of their eyes widened, 7 of them in surprise of seeing such a thing, and Naruto because he recognized this toad. Then Naruto looked down and then scowled in supreme irritation.
Under the toad is mashed car. His car. A figure jumped on the toad, and the hunters, satyr, and demigods got their weapons ready while Naruto glared at the figure. Oh, when he gets his hands on him.
Been a while, huh Naruto? The man said. The man looks to be middle-aged with long white hair and red marks under his eyes. He's wearing a hippie kind of clothing and got sandals on. Naruto know this man all right, and he always wanted to strangle him on sight. Yes it has, Naruto said, still glaring at him. Arrow Senin. Athena was walking swiftly to Haphasetus' workshop, with an expression of fury and worry. Fury about the Leaf Nins daring to take her champion, and worried about Naruto's health. She just heard about the Leaf Nins coming here to Earth from Hermes. How did they come here anyway? Only a god can open a portal to the mortal world, which mean one of the gods might have helped them. Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Artemis, Demeter, Dionysus, Hermes and Hera is out since they like Naruto and one of them is currently kidnapped. Hephaestus won't let the nins come here and take his own son. Zeus didn't trust the shinobi there. Ares cares more blood and fights than for kidnapping, rescue missions. Aphrodite is out since she has plans for Naruto, which Athena will watch out for. So that only leaves.
Athena scowled even more when she realized who it was. Apollo. He was the one that let the leaf nin in this world. He must want the leaf to take Naruto in their world so that Naruto would stay away from Artemis. That man would do anything to make sure Artemis doesn't get close to any man, but she has to admit, that was clever for Apollo. The man may be lazy most of the time, but he can be quite intelligent if he push himself. Not that she would admit that to anyone.
She saw Hephaestus's workshop in front her and she enter in, then slam the door shut. She saw Hephaestus working on another weapon, probably for Naruto. If you're here to tell me that the nins are here, don't worry I know, Hephaestus grunted, focusing his anger on the weapon he's making. Athena isn't surprised that Hephaestus knows. And what are you going to do about it? Athena asked. She didn't doubt that Hephaestus will take action, but is curious on what he's going to do. Hephaestus continue forging the weapon. We'll tell the others gods and goddesses on what's happening. They'll make sure to shut the ninja's powers. The one who's planning to take Naruto. And all they have left to fight with is their taijutsu, limited genjutsu, and very few ninjutsu. Athena said, understanding what he's doing. And most ninjas rely on their ninjutsu and very few are a master at genjutsu or taijutsu. Hephaestus grunted and nodded. He got up and put the weapon away for later use. He turned to Athena. I'll get Aphrodite, Ares, Hera, Hestia and Poseidon while you get Hades, Apollo, Dionysus, Demeter, Zeus, and Hermes. Athena nodded in agreement. The two got out of the workshop and went to get the others. Hours later, all of the gods stood there and ready. Zeus looked at Hephaestus and Athena in annoyance. What is so important that they need to make a meeting? He had eyes on a blonde-haired woman at Florida. Athena started to speak first. Okay, we found something important. It's about Naruto in the shinobi world. Apollo and Ares scowl when they heard the name, but everyone ignored them. What about the other world? Hera asked. What does this have to with us? They not from this world and is no mean a threat to us as long as they stay in their border. That why we wanted everyone here, Hephaestus said. They're in this world now. They are here to get Naruto and bring him back to their world. The shinobi will do anything to make sure they complete our mission, even kill civilians if they have to. Our kids might get caught in the crossfire if we don't do something. The ones who have kids started to look worried, even furrow their eyebrows in concern. What can we do? Poseidon asked. The ancient laws forbidden us to be immortals and Zeus won't change them anytime soon. He glared at his brother, who glared back. Athena grinned. Me and Hephaestus found a loophole through. We can't interfere in mortal affair, but we can shut down their powers. Most of their skills comes from our godly elements. If we take that away from them, they will be less of a threat. All of the gods mused at the idea. That could give their children limited protection from the ninjas. Apollo reluctantly agreed since his children might be endangered if he doesn't take away his powers from the ninjas. Plus, the other gods would be suspicious. He may be layback most of the time, but he is not that dumb. A good idea you two, Zeus said with a smile. We'll stop them for using our elements, thus making them weaker. We will do this immediately. Council, dismissed. Before the gods could flash out, most of them shut down the ninjas' elemental jutsus and ninjutsus. Washington, D.C., been a while, huh Naruto? The man said. The man looks to be middle-aged with long white hair and red marks under his eyes. He's wearing a hippie kind of clothing and got sandals on. Naruto knows this man all right and he always wanted to strangle him on sight. Yes it has, Naruto said, still glaring at him, Ero Sennin. The man, called Ero Sennin, face faulted when he heard that accursed name again. Stop calling that, Naruto. My name is Jiraiya. The man, now known as Jiraiya, shouted. The name fits Ero Sennin, Naruto called back. The others look at Naruto and Jiraiya in confusion. Naruto, you know this man? Zoe asked. Naruto nodded, still glaring at the man. Out of all the people, why did it have to be him? He would rather have Sakura and or Sasuke coming at him instead of this pervert. He's one of old senseis, if you can call him that. Naruto said, he's one of the strongest people in the Leaf Village, next to the Hokages, a toad sage, and also a giant pervert. The hunters stiffen when they heard that word and grab their bow, pulling the strings back. Annabeth brought out fresh kunai. Talia got her spear out, and Bianca got her bow out as well. All of them glaring at Jiraiya. "Hey, I'm not a giant pervert," Jiraiya exclaimed, then made another dramatic pose. "I'm a super pervert." The sooner he said that, he started dodging many arrows, kunais, and a spear. Naruto face-palmed. His temporary sensei didn't change a bit. "Girls, stop shooting at him," Naruto reluctantly said. "We need those arrows and kunais for other enemies and this idiot isn't worth it." The girls reluctantly put their bows away, but they still glared at the self-proclaimed super pervert. Jiraiya jumped off the toad and then grinned at Naruto when he got a good look at the group. "Oh Naruto, I see you have 2 apprentices of your own," Jiraiya said, talking about Percy and Grover, also a harem. "I'm so proud of you Gaki." Jiraiya started crying fake tears after that, making Percy and Grover sweat drop. Naruto, Zoe, Annabeth, Talia, and Bianca blush bright red when they heard that while Phoebe's eyebrow twitch in anger. Naruto is brother and furthermore, she is hunter. She is offended by that claim the pervert made. Naruto got rid of the blush and growl in anger. As quick as a bullet, he kicked Jiraiya in the groin. The perverted sage screamed and crumpled on the ground, holding his precious jewels. Percy and Grover winced in sympathy while the girls cheered. "Why?" Jiraiya wheezed out. Then, he looked at Naruto with a blank look. "You're still mad about hooking you up with 3 girls, aren't you?" The girls got scowls on their faces when they heard about it and glared at Jiraiya for making Naruto do that while Percy's and Grover's mouths dropped. Naruto did it with 3 girls? Grover got over the shock and shook his head. After Naruto's history, he shouldn't be surprised about what happened with the blonde in the past. "Damn right I am," Naruto yelled, giving his famous Uzumaki glare that could make Hades flinch in fear. Right now, it's making Jiraiya pale and shiver while most of the quest member almost felt sympathy for the man. Almost. "What the hell were you thinking in that perverted old head of yours, giving me those girls wrapped up in a giant present? Those girls chased me halfway through the village when I told them I didn't want to lose my virginity yet. You're lucky the Granny Tsunade made the punishment for you, otherwise I would have killed your perverted ass."
Jiraiya, who was now on his knees, holding his hands up like it would stop the verbal assault, finally started talking. "Come on, Naruto, you'd enjoyed it, didn't you?" He was only met with a harder glare, making the man whimper. "Please stop glaring at me. Why not take one of your cigarettes to calm you down?"
"He smokes." All of them thought. How did they not know that he smoked, when 5 of them known him for years and 1 of them known him for months? The girls are going to talk to Naruto about this. Naruto was about to say something, when he noticed ravens in the air. The others, including Jiraiya, look up to see the birds as well. They all saw birds have strange eyes, but only Naruto and Jiraiya recognize what they are. It's the Sharingan. "Move!" Naruto shouted when he saw the ravens plummeting down. Everyone move out of the way, then saw the ravens forming into a human. The ravens turn into feathers and the feathers starting turning into skin, revealing a man. Percy took a closer look at him. The man has white skin, the same strange eyes that the ravens has, raven hair, and a scar above the nose. He is wearing the same uniform the man from the guy who attacked them and sandals. From the looks of it, Naruto knows who that man was. "Itachi," Naruto hissed out. "How did you and the other Akatsuki get here?" "It doesn't matter," Itachi said in a calm voice. "What we want to know is where is the tailed beast? Madara said that all of them disappeared after you left." Naruto glared at him. "You think I'm gonna tell you? That power is too dangerous to hold in the Akatsuki hands and you know it, Itachi. You are the smartest person in your generation, so you should know that power is uncontrollable. So why are you doing this?" "My matters are my own," Itachi said. "Just tell me where they are. I do not wish to harm you, but I will if I have to." Naruto's answer was pulling Kasai out and turning it into a double-bladed axe. Naruto looked at the others. "Everyone, you have to go now." His voice held no argument, but others were stubborn. Mainly Talia. "Like hell we will," Talia exclaimed. "We are not leaving you behind to fight alone, Naruto." "This is not a suggestion, it's an order." Naruto shot back. "You heard about how powerful the Akatsuki is, how ruthless they are. We can't waste time fighting here, I'll handle them myself." He then turned to Zoe. "Zoe, you're in charge of this group." He turned to Percy. "Squidhead, Catch. He threw a canister to Percy and the son of Poseidon caught it. When Percy looked at him in confusion, Naruto smirked. Open it when. If you guys start fighting. Now go, all of you. Naruto said. All of them reluctantly left and ran to the train station. Naruto then turned to the two ninjas. Now, Naruto said, swing his axe a little bit, shall we? He charged at them with his axe swinging while Jiraiya and Itachi charged as well. Begin with a swing at both of them with both edges but the two ducked under it. Naruto then had to block a punch from Jiraiya and kick from Itachi. He pushed them off and began attacking Itachi since he is a little weaker than Jiraiya. He swung his axe to try and cut him up, but Itachi dodged smoothly and quickly. Naruto started to get irritated when Jiraiya kicked from between the two, forcing Itachi and Naruto to separate. Naruto put up his axe and got into his namikaze stance. Naruto smirked and made a come here gesture to the perverted hermit and the Akatsuki member. They didn't disappoint. The three engage in hand-to-hand combat with Jiraiya in his Toadfu, Itachi using his Uchiha Taijutsu, and Naruto using his Namikaze Taijutsu. The three started out in even level, but Itachi is starting to win. Out of all them, Itachi is better in Taijutsu while Jiraiya and Naruto are better at ninjutsu. Naruto tried to sweep their feet from under them but it only worked on Jiraiya while Itachi jumped. The two engaged in fighting while Jiraiya was in a daze. Naruto was in offense with Itachi in defense, but it slowly turned the other way around. Naruto started to tire and falter, giving Itachi opening and he kicked Naruto in the gut, making the young adult stagger and get in one knee. Itachi started attacking more and more further hurting the blonde. Finally, Naruto got his wits back and started getting in defense. When the two continue for the next few minutes, Jiraiya suddenly attempted to kick the two in head, but Naruto and Itachi managed to dodge. The three continue in hand-to-hand combat until finally, the three in separate and took time to gain their breaths. Itachi hardly looked fatigued at all, still holding the neutral look although he got some sweat embedded in his forehead. Jiraiya looked a little worse, with sweat pouring out of him and is breathing a little hard. Naruto is the worst out of them, with couple of bruises, tons of sweat, and is breathing heavily. But he still got enough fight in him left and plenty of stamina, as well as giant chakra reserve so he was not out. Naruto suddenly breathed in and then started spewing out fire like a dragon would. The sages in the Uchiha's eyes widened before they started to jump from ground to ground, dodging the spewing fire. It continued on like this until Naruto ran out of breath and stopped the attack. Then, Jiraiya did the hand signs to do the fireball jutsu. When he opened his mouth to let the fireball, something surprising happened. Instead of a fireball coming, only a little bit. All three of them got quiet, looking at the smoke. Jiraiya tried again, but just more smoke came out. He did it again and again and again, until Naruto couldn't take it anymore and laughed hard. He forgot that the gods had control of the elements of this world. The gods must have found out that the ninjas are traveling in this world and are now shutting down most of their jutsus. Easier for him and bad for the ninjas. The two stare at Naruto, who had fallen on his butt and was still laughing. What do you do? Jiraiya asked accusingly, narrowing his eyes at the blonde.
Naruto, after he stopped his laughing fit and got up, answered, it wasn't me who did it, but I know this. Most of the jutsus you have, from elemental jutsus to genjutsus that could break a man's mind are inaccessible in this world. Jiraiya paled. Half of his skills rely on elemental abilities. So that's mean he have to rely on one ability that can work. On the bright side, Itachi can't use his Tsukuyomi on them, that's good.
Itachi analyzed his choice after he heard that information. He can't use his fire-style jutsus or his Sharingan-based attacks. He can only use his taijutsu but it won't help against the elemental abilities Naruto has. So there is only one thing to do. So what are you going to do now? Naruto questioned the two. If you can just walk away, I can promise my dad to not harm you. If you don't, you will be either dead or taken prisoner by my family. What's it going to be? The two didn't budge. They just prepared to do a jutsu. You forget, Naruto, that I have more than elemental jutsus. Jiraiya bit his hand and did the hand signs to do the summoning jutsu. Naruto saw this and quickly did the same thing. Itachi, on the other hand, did a different hand sign. The two put their hands on the ground while Itachi finished his hand signs and said, Summoning jutsu. Susanoo. A lot of smoke puffed out of the area. Soon, the smoke cleared and revealed three things. One is Jiraiya on the giant toad, Gamabunta. The other is Naruto on his metal dinosaur, Grimlock. And the last Itachi inside the Susanoo. Jiraiya blinked when he saw the dinosaur. Well, that's new. What kind of summoning is that? Naruto grinned at him from his position. His name is Grimlock, one of the metal dinosaurs in my summoning arsenal. And you're about to feel his strength. The dinosaur was in agreement. Gamabunta grunted. So you want me to fight the kid Jiraiya? Gamabunta said. Well, I guess I can do that. Although I will want payment for this. You'll get your payment, Gamabunta. Just defeat that thing and get Naruto, Jiraiya said. He needed to get Naruto to the Leaf Village before the village dies out. If he can't, he needed to find a way to escape or send a message to the others about what he found out. Grimlock, you fight the toad for me. Naruto said to the metal dinosaur. I'll fight Itachi. The dinosaur roared and charged at his opponent after Naruto got off of it. Gamabunta brought his sword up and leaped up the air. He made a downward slash, but the dinosaur dodged quickly and then tackled the toad sideways, making him stumble from his position. The toad hopped towards the dinosaur with his sword in hand. But this time, the dino caught it with his mouth.
Jiraiya jumped off of Gamabunta and made a Rasengan from his hand. He hit Grimlock on the skull, making it roar in pain and nearly fall down. But it managed to stay on his toes. The pupilless eyes stared down at Jiraiya. It just got angry.
Meanwhile, Naruto started throwing a couple of shurikens. They all just clashed against the armor of the Susanoo harmlessly, and then Itachi made a slash, throwing a line of fire at the blonde. His eyes widened and dodged the attack just his time. Regular weapons aren't going to work on him. Naruto made fireballs in his hands and started throwing after them, but it didn't even harm the thing or Itachi. Rather, it got Itachi to run up towards him and bring the Susanoo sword down on him. Luckily, Naruto dodged that and slid to the side, but Itachi was prepared. He formed 3 shurikens and threw them at Naruto. The blonde wasn't prepared for this and got thrown off by the explosion it produced. Naruto slowly got up, coughing out a little blood. Damn. This thing is the ultimate defense and offense. He can see no weakness to it. So far, not any of his range abilities work, and neither did his shuriken. He doubts that any of his arrows will work. Not any of his range attacks work. Wait a minute. He only used range attacks. An idea popped into his and he made 50 clones. All the clone know what to do. They charge at the monster, trying to get to hit, but Susanoo wasn't making it easy. It take out one clone after another, an endless onslaught. Suddenly, a clone jumped off another clone and leap off, shooting straight at Itachi. The Susanoo didn't have time to react and Naruto passed through the thing. Itachi turned it into smoke, but the slight movement made him cringe and grunt in pain. Naruto grinned. He just found the weakness. Now he just needed to exploit it. Naruto looked at the fight between Gamabunta and Grimlock. Perfect. The dinosaur started breathing fire, trying to char the toad user and the toad himself. Jiraiya's eyes widened and he started running when he saw the fire. He got onto Gamabunta and the toad leapt off, leaving to the two exposed. Suddenly, the T-Rex began to change, merging into something a mechanical way. He started to form an arm, then his dinosaur head and body replaced with a chest and a head. It changed himself into a giant robot. All in a few seconds. It jumped up and grabbed the body of Gamabunta and grabbing Jiraiya with his head. The three started falling to the earth with the toad and the pervert struggling, but to no avail. A crash can be heard all through Washington and tons of dust was made. The dust cleared out to see Grimlock in his dinosaur form again. Gamabunta heavily injured and breathing heavily and Jiraiya all bruised up, bloody, and unconscious. Grimlock roared in victory, spire spitting out. I'm all beat up. The sake-loving toad said with a grunt. Better go and heal up. Sorry Jiraiya, but you're on your own. The toad then disappeared with a puff of smoke, leaving a beaten pervert and a giant metal T-Rex. Naruto whistled to get Grimlock attention and he pointed at Susanoo, silently telling him to charge. The monster did just that and charged at Susanoo. It was forced to block with its shield and Grimlock didn't budge any. Staying just where he wanted them. He started running on the back of Grimlock and when he got on the head, leap up. He headed straight towards Itachi and formed a lava-like Rasengan, yelling out. Molten Rasengan. Naruto hit him with a lot of force and the lava sphere burned up the inside of Itachi. The man screamed in absolute pain, feeling his inside burning up. Naruto held his hand inside Itachi and when he pulled it out, the man slumped forward, his body falling on the ground forward. He is dead. Naruto slumped on the floor, breathing heavily. The Susanoo disappeared and the T-Rex started breathing as well. That fight exhausted the two. Even though Itachi lost most of his jutsu, he still gave him a fight for his life. Imagine him full power with his Sharingan very useful. That would have been a problem. Naruto looked at the dinosaur and smiled. You did a good job, Grimlock. Why don't you go back to your cave? I'll give you a steak when I'm finished with the mission. The T-Rex bowed his head and disappeared in a flash of light. Naruto got up and put Jiraiya in chakra-suppressing handcuffs. That should hold him when he delivers him to Chiron and Dionysus. He is not gonna let the ninjas go without consequences after they are beaten. If he could defeat them, he will get them in the custody of Dionysus, where the man can lock him up in Olympus prison. He can't trust Zeus not to kill the man out of paranoia. He quickly prayed to Hermes to get the pervert to Dionysus, and when the body disappeared, he quickly used a Hirushин to get with his team. He didn't see the raven flying away and the toad hopping away. Leaf Village. The leaf was a shell of what it used to be. Most of the ninjas quit the field since they all liked Naruto and they heard what happened to him in his childhood. The younger generations rebelled against the older generation for treating one person like that and for lying to them in their faces. Some of the adults felt major guilt for what they did to Naruto, while the others believed that it was the demon brat fault for making them miserable as it is. Also, the Leaf lost their allies. The Sand Village broke off their alliance, as well as the Water Village, Spring Country, and Snow Country. The Mist Village didn't want anything to do with them. The Sound, Rock, and Sky Village attack them whenever they can. Meaningless to say that the village had it tough after Naruto left. When Sasuke got returned back, he was locked up and got his chakra taken away, despite the council protest.
All of Rookie 9, Neji, Lee, and Tenten rose up in ranks, even Sakura. All of them became Jonin in the 8th year of Naruto's disappearance. And all of them are affected by this, especially Hinata, Enko and Sakura. Sakura with deep guilt and Hinata with deep sadness. Enko had gotten more vicious at the villagers, and when she's drunk, well, I hate to see the person who would mess with her.
Right now, Tsunade is in the Hokage office right now working on the paperwork, which is half of what it usually was thanks to the outside people not wanting to do mission or contracts with the village. Tsunade has gotten angrier over the years. Her anger is at the civilians who caused Naruto life to be hell and at herself for not taking him. She should have just stopped the gambling and drinking habits, paid off all the debts, and stopped brooding over the death of her loved ones so she could take care of Naruto. But it's too late now. Naruto is gone. The Leaf Village is in poverty, and is also split in two. Younger generation versus older generation. Suddenly, a toad hopped inside the building, and was holding a small scroll in his mouth. Tsunade quickly opened and gasped. Shizune. Tsunade yelled out. Shizune quickly got in the room with Taunton behind her. The woman had sadness all over face and a few tears. The disappearance of Naruto affected her as well. She saw Naruto as her little brother and she cried in her room when she heard the news that Naruto been taken by the, apparently alive, 4th Hokage. Some people are still shocked about that. Get me the Shinobi Council and all the Jonin. We got some news, Tsunade said. Shizune nodded and went to get the council. After an hour, all the shinobis are here. None of the civilians, since Tsunade got rid of them. They abused their power too long, so Tsunade put a stop to it, despite their uproar. Okay. We got some news from Jiraiya, Tsunade said. He got defeated by Naruto and been taken prison. Also, the toad witnessed Itachi being killed. Everyone gasped at that. Jiraiya and Itachi are very powerful people and Naruto defeated both of them. He said that we can't use any elemental jutsus there nor genjutsu at the other world. Somehow, they shut down those jutsus to make weaker. Everyone started murmuring while Kakashi and Kurenai paled. Genjutsu and elemental jutsus are their specialty. If they can't use it, well, that will cause a problem. So what do we do, Lady Tsunade? Sakura said among the people. The girl has a red Jonin vest with brown shorts and red sleeveless shirt. Her hair got cut into a short length so it won't affect her skills. Tsunade sighed. Right now, I want people who specializes in elemental jutsus, regular jutsus and genjutsus to start training up with taijutsu. Might Guy and Lee will train you. Everyone paled when they heard that those two will train them. The rest will go find Naruto and see if they can bring him here. Also, Jiraiya got information about a few people with Naruto. The women gave them all a picture of them. It seemed Naruto have a team with him. From what Jiraiya said, they are all trained in the shinobi ways and are highly dangerous. I recommend caution. Now, I'm assigning Shino, Tenten, Asuma, and Yugo into this. Try to bring Naruto back, if not, bring me back information. Sakura, Anko, and Hinata was about to say something, but one look from Tsunade told them that it is not the right time. All the ninjas leave to do training and the 4 who were chosen started to prepare for the mission. And are ignorant that they will lose, badly. Akatsuki hideout. The 9 Akatsuki members at the meeting ground, waiting for Itachi. It's been 10 years since the 9-tailed Jinchuriki disappeared. A few days after the disappearance, the tailed beast disappeared from the host. Pain quickly figured that the 2 disappearances were connected, so they tried to find a way to the other world for years, and thanks to some help, they did.
They first sent Deidara to capture him, but he failed thanks to some kind of new weaponry the other world had. Now, they've sent out Itachi to get Naruto so they can find out where is the tailed beast.
Finally, a raven flew in, and in its mouth was a scroll. The raven went to Pain and gave him the scroll. He opened it and read the context in before look at the other. Itachi is dead. Naruto defeated him. So the brat has gotten stronger, huh? Kisame said, grinning. When me and Itachi first met him, he put up a great fight for a brat. If he can kill Itachi, well, my Samahata is itching to taste of his skin. You could hear a rumble from the sword. No, Kisame, Pain ordered, you cannot engage him alone. Itachi was stronger than most of you, and if the former 9-tailed Jinchuriki can defeat him, he can possibly defeat any of you on a one-on-one fight. There were scowls from Deidara and Hidan, but they stayed quiet. Pain continued, also, it said in the note that we can't use most of our elemental abilities in Genjutsu. We need to find a way to negate that abilities from the gods before we can attack. I think I can help you there. Everyone heard a voice and they all look around to see what the voice coming from. They can't find anyone other than themselves in the room. Who and where are you? Sasori called out. My name is not important right now. What you need to know is that I can get you to the other world. My only price is that you kill Naruto, or at the very least, get him off my world. The voice spoke again. The voice sounded cold and powerful, it even unnerves Pain. How do we know that you aren't lying to us? How can you have more power than those Greek gods? Pain questioned. The voice was silent for a few minutes. Then, 2 giant golden eyes was shown in the middle of them. One is that is filled with cruelty and evil. 'Cause I am more powerful than the gods. I am Kronos, titan of time, evil, and harvest. The father of the 6 eldest Olympians, gods and goddesses. In the temple of Apollo, Apollo is laying on his bed, thinking. Not just about music or women for once, big shock here. But about the guy he hates as much as he did Orion.
He wants Naruto away from his sister, dead or alive. He's been getting too close to Artemis and the hunters, and also stopped most of him from getting some girls. Now all he could do is look, and even then he got to be careful of that fire spawn. He opened the portal for the ninjas to come in and get Naruto, but now the gods know now and shut down the shinobi's powers. He had to do it too, so he won't be suspected. So he needed to think of a new plan before Naruto seduces his precious baby sister. Maybe I could get one of his team members to kill him. Apollo thought. He thought of the people he could influence. Talia, Grover, and Annabeth are automatically out since they know Naruto too well. Phoebe and Zoe won't fall for his trick. Bianca can't be fooled from what he's seen. Only one person can fit the bill. Apollo's eyes brighten up and grin evilly. Percy. The kid doesn't know Naruto that well and already experienced betrayal when Luke poisoned him and left camp half-blood. He might not trust Naruto since Naruto been missing for 10 years and was last seen with Luke on their quest. That, and he is not the sharpest knife in the drawer, and with his control with water, he is perfect to use to kill Naruto. Apollo got up and went to Hermes' room. In order for this to work, he needed one of Hermes' lying skills. Naruto will be out of the way in no time. Away from his baby sister. Hall of Olympus. Haphasetus was walking in the hall, with a bunch of tools and supplies in a seal. It's parts he need to make his future weapons for Naruto and his friends. Ever since the lightning thief incident, he'd been preparing Naruto for the fight against the Titans, even though his paranoid father won't approve of it. He got the blueprints of it and is already working on it. During his walk, he saw Apollo walking. He would have ignored him, but he saw that gleam in his eyes. He didn't saw that gleam since that time with Orion, or the time he tricked Achilles in the Trojan War. Horrible and pointless war, that was.
So he decided to follow him, changing into his Minato form to follow him. This was his true form and the one he transforms into when he needed to fight in a battle or show it to the people who treat him like a human being, not a robot. Naruto, Athena, Hades, Hestia, and Artemis. In the shadows, he saw Apollo going to Hermes' cabin. Curious, he attached a hearing aid on his ear, but more advanced. It can hear through any wall and can hear clearly, not just muffled words. Okay, Apollo. But why to need my lying blessing? It can only for a few minutes for you and your sons, he heard Hermes said. That got Hephaestus' attention. Why would Apollo want one of those? Just something I need to do. I'm not gambling, don't worry. I know I'll lose with only a few minutes of that blessing. It is for something else. Hephaestus started thinking. Why would Apollo need something like that? When Apollo got out he hid in the shadows. Right when Apollo passed him, Hephaestus put a tracker on him. That'll tell him where he's at and what he's up to. He then teleported back to his home to watch what's happening. He needed to know what's Apollo is up to. Because something tells him that it is about Naruto. Washington, D.C. When Naruto got back to his team using Hirishin, he saw the Templars and a bunch of skeleton warriors fighting his team on the street. Percy and Grover were holding off the 6 Templars while Talia and Annabeth were fighting the skeletons. Percy was using his sword, Grover his staff, Talia her spear, and Annabeth her large kunai. Bianca, Zoe, and Phoebe are firing arrows in support, but it had little effect since the skeletons cannot be killed by regular demigods means and the Templars have armor in them. Naruto took out Kusai and changed it to a Stygian blade, a gift from Hades for delivering a few statues and plants for Persephone. He charged at one of the skeletons while it was distracted and cut it in half. That gained the attention of the other skeleton warriors and the girls. Naruto! Annabeth exclaimed. It got the attention of the Templars, getting a Grover and Percy opening. They took it with open arms and Grover hit 2 Templars in the head with his staff while Percy the end of his blade to knock out another one. The remaining 3 quickly started fighting Percy and Grover again. Naruto briefly smiled at her before getting back to the fight. Seeing that this battle might take a while and will waste time, he turned to Percy. Squidhead. Naruto called out while Percy is fighting, open the canister I gave you. Now. Percy didn't question him. Just pushed the Templar he was fighting and opened the canister. What he saw made him grin. It was filled with seawater. Now Percy doesn't have that much book smarts due to his hatred of books, but he makes up for it with his street smarts. So Percy figured out what he needed to do immediately. Everyone step back, Percy called out. Naruto did what he was told while the others looked at him in confusion. When they saw Percy controlling the water, making it snake-like, the others immediately moved back, confusing the skeletons and the Templars. But that confusion washed off when they saw the seawater Percy was controlling.
The enemies tried to move away but it was too late. Percy shot the water at them, grabbing all of them like he was using a rope. He then moved it up and then slammed them down, sending the Templars sprawling around and the skeletons into pieces.
Naruto grinned at Percy. Nice job, Jackson. You managed to take them all down. Percy smiled, feeling a little pride that he complimented by someone as strong as the Olympians. Naruto saw the skeletons reforming and the Templars getting up. They're going to get up soon. We don't have time to kill them, we need to get to Artemis as fast as possible. Everybody, move now. No one argue. Everyone run as quickly as possible before the Templars can spot them. They'd been going to train after train for 5 hours, until they stopped at a train called Sunwest Line. It was obviously from Apollo, especially since the door nearly closed on him when he was about to answer. Naruto looked around for any signs of monsters, then relaxed slightly. He still had his guard up though. Okay guys. Now I think we can relax, Naruto said. Everyone relaxed a little, then ludicate around the place. The train was a freight train that carried the most stylish models of cars. It is called Sunwest Line. Everyone that knew Apollo knows that it was him who gave them the train and most of them are thinking. He's got to get better in being under the radar. Then the girls suddenly remembered when Jiraiya said he smokes and the girls turned to him. Naruto. Naruto's spine straightened when he heard his name and the stern voice it held. He slowly turned around to see all the girls sternly looking at him. When did you first smoke cigarettes? Talia spoke for all of them. Naruto started sweating under the gaze. He inwardly cursed the arrow Sennin for telling them his secret. He hoped Dionysus would do the worst of tortures on him. Well, you see, while Naruto trying to come up with an excuse. Meanwhile, Grover and Percy slowly move backwards to the other freights. They know about feminine fury as well as any guy and do not want to be here when the girls began unleashing it. As soon as they got in the other freight, they closed the doors softly and ran like furies was upon them. After running through 3 freights, Percy and Grover rested on the couch. They look around to see that if they're far enough from the danger zone, then relaxed. They're safe. I feel bad for Naruto, Grover said. Those girls care for him a lot, and when we heard about Naruto smoking, I sent a prayer for him. Percy looked up from his seat and looked at Grover. How much do they care about him? Percy asked, with a little bit of concern. He still has his suspicion about him being a spy, considering he disappeared for years. Plus, with Luke betraying the camp, he's not one for trusting strangers, even if they were a friend of Annabeth. Grover smiled. All of them care about Naruto a lot, even the hunters. Don't know about Bianca, but I can see she's getting closer to him. The first one who met him was Annabeth, so she is the closest to him next to Talia. Percy felt a little fire in his heart when he heard that Annabeth is the closest. How close? Percy asked hesitantly. Grover saw this and held back a sigh. He knew of Percy's small crush on Annabeth, but he can't tell him that Annabeth has feelings for Naruto. Plus, Annabeth threatened to cut his horns and hooves off if he told anyone. Sorry, Percy, but that's personal, Grover said, with an apologetic smile. He then found Luke next. Percy fist clenched at the mention of Luke, but Grover pretended not to notice, and then me. He protected all of us, trained us, comforted when he need to. He brought my confidence and my skills in battle. It had been hard for him when Naruto was presumed dead. Grover shook his head. Naruto is here now and he's not leaving the camp anytime soon. Naruto rescued most of the demigods as well, Grover continued, also met the hunters a year at Camp Half-Blood and rescue some women that are with the hunters, right? Like the 2 red-headed twins, Lily and Rose. I tell you that story for another time. He was a brother, a protector, a friend, and a guardian to the camp and the hunters. Not to mention crush for some of the campers and nymph. He remembered the times Naruto ran from a bunch of fangirls. And he remembered how angry Annabeth and Talia were. He held back the shiver from his spine.
Percy furrowed his eyebrows in thought. It sounded how Luke acted. How he was portrayed before he left. Grover shot him a warning look at that.
Do not compare Luke to Naruto, Percy, Grover warned him lowly. Luke made a mistake and let his anger and grief control him. Naruto will never do that. He is more mature than any of and always follows the motto. Those who abandon the mission are trash, but those abandon their friends and comrades are worse than trash. Grover then got up and moved to the other freight, but not before saying this. Naruto isn't a bad person, Percy. He is not going to betray like Luke did. Give him a chance. He then left, leaving Percy to ponder about Grover's words. An hour. Percy slowly woke up from the nap he had. When he looked at the other side of the freight he is in, he saw a man standing there. When his eyes cleared up, he saw that it was Apollo. Apollo? Percy asked in surprise. What are you doing here? Apollo smiled at the boy. Wanted to talk with you, Percy. Also, call me Fred. Don't want Dad to know I'm here. Percy nodded and then Apollo looked serious. Look, Percy. I need to tell you something. Apollo said in a serious tone that didn't fit for him. Naruto, he's a spy for Luke. If Percy wasn't fully awake, he was now. His head shot up and his eyes widened. What? Percy said in shock. Apollo nodded with a grim look. Grover said that Naruto isn't like Luke, but a god is telling him that Naruto is a traitor. Yeah. I spied on Luke and found out his plan. Once you reach Artemis, he'll kill you, Grover, and the hunters. He'll take the others as prisoners and use them as playthings. Percy had a clueless look on his face, making Apollo sigh. He whispered what that mean and Percy turned white as a sheet. Then, turned red in anger. He will not let any of his friends be killed or become prisoners. What do you need me to do, Apollo? Percy asked with a dark tone in his voice. Apollo inwardly grinned. His plan was working perfectly. The lying blessing is being used greatly and the bit of mind control helped as well. You need to kill him while he's asleep, Apollo said, still in his serious tone. No one in this train is strong enough to kill him and I can't do it since I'm not allowed to interfere with the mortal world. The others won't help you, so your only chance is to kill him while he is asleep. Percy looked down, thinking for a little bit. There is a whisper in his mind saying that Apollo is lying, but it's only faint and he could barely hear it. If he does this, he might lose his friendship with the others, but he doesn't want to let them die. So there is only one thing to do. I'll do it, Percy said with a nod. Apollo smiled, but inwardly did the happy dance. Naruto will be dead soon and away from Artemis. The others can handle themselves against the Titan, he is sure of it. Good Percy, you better do it now. Do it for my sister and your friends. Apollo said, then he left. When he left, Percy pulled out his pen. He slowly walked to the freight where Naruto was at. He looked to see Naruto sleeping. It looked like the girls finished scolding him for using tobacco. Good, this is the perfect time. Olympus, Hephaestus' chambers. Hephaestus saw the whole thing. What Apollo said to Percy, what they're planning, and currently is watching Percy stalking to Naruto. He is going to get Athena, Hestia, and Poseidon and will kill that god whore. But first, he needed to make sure Percy don't succeed, seeing that Naruto is in deep sleep due to the scolding he got. Now, Zeus said that they can't interfere in their children's lives, but he didn't say anything about other demigods' lives. So he contacted all the other demigods, hunters, and the satyr. Sun-West Line. Wake up now. Percy Jackson is going to kill Naruto. Wake up. Bianca, Talia, Zoe, Phoebe, Grover, and Annabeth immediately woke up when they heard Hephaestus' voice. All of them turned to where Naruto's freight is to see Percy uncapping Riptide and is about to stab Naruto. At least until Phoebe and Zoe notched up 2 arrows and shoot Percy. It hit Percy in arm, not much for the arrows to sink in the skin, but enough for him to get startled and move away. Stop away from him, boy. Zoe snarled in pure rage. Phoebe, her face mask in fury, notched another arrow and aimed at Percy. Annabeth, Bianca, and Talia came from behind and looked at the scene in shock while Grover was in the other side and in shock as well. They all moved to get to them, but Percy used the water in the canister to slam and lock the doors. He also used some of it to coat and strengthen the windows. What the hell are you doing, Percy? Talia yelled out. Why are you attacking Naruto? Annabeth is just as angry as the other girls, but then noticed a flash of gold in his eyes. It's the same flash a god uses to control someone. Saving us all, Percy spoke quietly. He was about to turn back to Naruto, when he suddenly got kicked in the abdomen and pushed to the other side of the freight. He was kicked by one Naruto Uzumaki. Trying to kill me are you? Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. He pulled his elemental sword, but didn't activate it. What did I do to deserve it? Percy got up from the seats and growled at him. Shut up, traitor. Percy yelled, getting his sword, and died. He then charged at Naruto with his sword in hand. Naruto quickly put chakra into the blade, making it a fire sword, and blocked the attack. The two quickly went into a vicious sword fight, with Naruto in defense and Percy in offense.
Traitor, Naruto asked, blocking a swipe at the knee. Then pushed the blade at the side, but Percy managed to hang to it with one hand. What makes you think I'm a traitor now? I didn't do anything.
You lie. Percy yelled, putting more pressure at his attack, making Naruto sweat a little. Percy isn't called best swordsman for nothing, and Naruto couldn't use his full power due to the space and the fact that Percy is being tricked. Apollo told me everything and what you're gonna do once we reach Artemis. Naruto raised his eyebrows when he heard that. He blocked a side slash from Percy and then locked on to him. The two of them tried to gain footing against each other. So that's why. Apollo is trying to get him killed by using Percy. He also is thinking that it must have been him that opened the portal, but he doubts Zeus will believe him. The man is paranoid of him and disliked him a lot since he sent that lightning bolt squeaky toy. Even though he is a mature young adult, don't mean he doesn't like pranks. The others are shocked as well, even Zoe and Phoebe. The two hunters know about Apollo's dislike for Naruto, but they didn't think that he would go far as to tricking someone else like he tricked Artemis, even though the bastard Orion really was a rapist. Percy, Naruto said, trying to get a footing. Apollo is lying. I'm not a traitor. I'm not with the Titans or Luke. I'm on your side. Liar. Percy yelled out, gaining a footing and pushing Naruto back. Naruto had to get out of the clash. You're just lying like Luke did. I'm not going to be tricked a second time. Naruto saw Percy taking the water out of the canister. Naruto power up the fire from his left arm and the two powers clashed together. Water vs fire. Percy had to use two hands to get even with Naruto while Naruto just used one. He's been training with his powers for years, even before he became a genin, so he didn't need to use his full powers. Percy, however, only used his powers for 2 years. All of the others were staring in shock in Naruto and Percy powers. The two were very powerful for their age, and though Naruto wasn't even breaking a sweat, Percy is strong as well and probably will get as strong as Naruto when he grows up. Annabeth, Grover, Talia, and the hunters are less shocked since they saw Naruto powers, while Bianca was completely shocked. They all can feel the power radiating from them, even if the doors are closed. Percy got one knee and gritted his teeth. Naruto is even more powerful than he thought. He can't last with the powers he's at, and soon, Naruto will overwhelm him. He will kill you and accuse you the traitor, a voice whispered in his head. The voice made him more angry and felt the desire to kill Naruto. He will kill Grover and capture the others for Kronos and Luke. More eyes started glowing and slowly starting to gain footing back. Naruto eyebrows rose. Where was Percy getting that energy? And why is slightly glowing? He will use the girls as his personal toys. As a slave, Percy growled and gained more footing, forcing Naruto to step back and use more of his powers with both hands. And then one thing that made Percy go nuts. He and Luke will kill every mortal, including your mother. His eyes turned blue and the son of Poseidon yelled in complete rage. His powers burst 5 times as much, and Naruto, not expecting the power boost, faced the full brunt of it and was sent flying to the door. Percy kept it up and Naruto had to bite his lip to keep from screaming in pain. The pressure of the water was too strong. Everyone is trying to tell Percy to stop, but Percy was in so much rage that he didn't hear them. Talia used her spear to try to crack open the window, but it wouldn't budge. Eventually, Percy stopped the onslaught, but moved towards him. Naruto tried to get up, to gain back his footing, but didn't have the chance when Percy started sending punch after punch, strengthened by his anger.
Grover was trying to tell Percy to stop with his link to him, but to no avail. Annabeth and Bianca were openly crying and the hunters were gritting their teeth in frustration, a few tears coming out as well. Talia kept trying to bust the door, more desperate to get to Naruto. Then, she gave up using her spear and stepped back, preparing to use her lightning abilities.
By now, Naruto is bruised all over. There is cut on his cheek and very nasty bruise near his right eye. He's got some blood in his mouth and a broken jaw. Percy pulled out Riptide and uncapped it, unfolding it. Time to end it, Percy said quietly. He swung his sword up and was about to kill Naruto, until something. A burst of lightning broke through the window and hit Percy straight in the chest, making him fly and fall down unconscious, also making him lose his concentration on the door. Everyone entered in fast speed. Grover and the hunters restrained Percy while Annabeth, Talia, and Bianca checked on Naruto. Naruto raised his hands up to stop the talking. "It's okay guys, I'm fine," Naruto said, then coughed a little, spilling a little blood from his mouth. "Though I might need to have some medical attention." Talia and Annabeth helped him sit up while Bianca took out some nectar. Once he sat down, Bianca gave him some of it. Ramen, Naruto thought in his head. The Uzumaki love for ramen still lives on into Naruto. "You're sure you're okay, Naruto?" Annabeth asked in concern. "Percy hit you pretty hard in that battle." Naruto just laughed a little. "I'm fine, really," Naruto said, after seeing Talia disbelieving. "The wounds will heal quickly and I've suffered worst. Don't forget that I was once poisoned by a draken." Talia, Annabeth, and Grover shivered. They remembered that moment quite well. It was targeting Talia and Naruto managed to block the attack by blocking the bite with his arms. "I didn't work out well and the three have to nurse Naruto while his chakra healed him. Bless the Uzumaki bloodlines." "So Naruto," Zoe said, gaining the attention of everyone. "What do you want to do with the boy?" She glared at the unconscious son of Poseidon. Everyone else turned their attention to him as well. Annabeth looked confused. Why did Percy believe Apollo so easily? Percy dumb, but not that dumb, and the truth god can't tell a lie at all. He would need Hermes' blessing. Her eyes widened in realization, so did Naruto. Naruto got up from his seat and went to Percy. Zoe and Phoebe got their arrows trained on the boy in case he wakes up. Talia, Annabeth, and Grover, the daughter of Athena and the satyr, reluctantly pulled out their weapons as well. Naruto used 2 fingers and opened one eye. When he did, he got a closer look at it and lit his finger like a candle to see the eye fully. Then he saw it. That golden coloring in the eye, signing that Apollo has been controlling Percy. Naruto pulled out a camera from out of nowhere, and took the picture of it. His dad and Poseidon would want to see this. He turned to the others and gave them a serious look. Apollo was controlling Percy, still is. He's using his feelings to control him and get him to try and kill me. Zoe, Phoebe, Annabeth, and Talia let out a lot of killing intent. When they see Apollo again, they're not sure if they can restrain themselves from killing him. For using Percy like that and for trying to kill Naruto. Bianca and Grover also frowned, mad at Apollo as well. So what do we do? Bianca asked Naruto. Naruto stood and sat back down on the seat he was in. He made a quick prayer to Hermes and the camera disappeared from his hands. Right now, we'll rest a bit and wait till Percy wakes up, Naruto decided. Then, after we get out of the train, we continue forward. Apollo, I hope you're saying your prayers because you're about to have 2 angry Olympians after you. Thanks.